And we are live. Hey, Concrete.
Hey girl, what's going on?
Girl, it's a day. How's your weekend going?
Too short. I need a day in between the weekend and Monday.
Girl, tell me about it. Tell me
I
about
feel
it.
like I don't have a chance to get everything done that I need to do.
Oh, I've been
But
there.
such is life.
Right,
How
right.
was how was your weekend?
Too short. Very, very
Hmm.
short. It seems like it was Friday afternoon yesterday. And
Hmm.
it's like Friday afternoon and Sunday. Here we are.
Hmm. That's how I feel, and it's been, I'm busy at work too, so I'm like, busy at home, busy at work, and I'm like, okay, I need a rest day somewhere in between, but soon enough.
Yeah, I understand.
It's beautiful though. It's nice. I'm like, I wish I could sit outside on my deck and do the show, but I'm so loud. I'm like, I'll just sit inside. But it's a beautiful day. That's the upside.
Yeah, yeah, it's really, excuse me, it's really nice out here too. It's almost
Mhm.
70 degrees here. So,
Yeah, here too.
yeah, my son is gone with his family for a couple of hours, so he should be back home shortly. And that'll be the end of the, probably, winding down from the show. That'll be the end of the day.
Well, at least you had a little break too. A
Yes,
little break this weekend for a few hours at least.
yes, honey. And all I did was sleep, 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 sleep.
Mm. I
Mm,
know the feeling. I was like, oh, I need to take a nap. And I was sitting up and like I was chatting with my man and so probably about 15 minutes before the show, I'm like I felt my eyes start getting heavy. I'm like, oh, I waited too long. So I know the feeling. But I'm gonna get to bed early tonight, so I'll get rested later. No
okay.
rest for the weary. But about this show though, about this title.
Yes.
Are black women worthy of marriage? I think this is going to be a good show. I think it will definitely be interesting. I can already, and I haven't even peeked in the chat, but hello to everybody who's already joined us. Thank you so much for your support.
But like she was saying, everybody, thank you so much for your support. I hope you guys are having a great weekend so far. Um, yeah, so how's everything going with you guys? How's the weekend going for you? I'm really want to keep it together. Hey, Craig, the tech guy. You mean like deep fried chicken and add some mozzarella, bake it? That's pretty easy.
I don't know what happened. I'm just talking. I must have accidentally clicked exit because I'm just running my mouth and I'm like, oh shoot, I'm not even on air. So
Water
my
scraper, is my
apologies.
mic better now? They said my mic was muffled.
Was were they talking about yours or mine? They said yours.
I don't know, but can y'all hear me good now? Can you hear me good, Concrete?
I can hear you great. Can you hear me good? Am I coming across clear to you?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Well, maybe it's better. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But and I'm gonna speak closer into my mic, in case they were talking about me. But I was just speaking to everybody in the chat. Thank you guys so much for your support. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. As it pertains to this title, I think I know what the consensus will be regarding our topic question, at least as far as the men go. So, but I think it'll still make for some interesting dialogue. But what say you about our topic? What are your thoughts about our topic?
It's like if you are asking the question, are
Mm-hmm.
Black women worthy of marriage?
It's a hard question to ask and to really be honest about it because um, I don't think anybody's ready for marriage. And so it's like something you get into and then you figure out like, oh shit, this is probably not what I thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
This is not what it's cracked up to be. So I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like I don't want to really say I'm on the fence about it because I'm not, but I don't really think that we're as ready for marriage as we think we are.
Mm. Well, so before we get off into it, I do want to say that the idea for the topic came from a comment that was made by none other than Roger. He is an antagonist, but he made a comment referencing, black women not being worthy of marriage, and we kind of, decided to do this as a topic. I do want to also say this. We understand that there are men and women of both groups that are not married for or not ready for marriage. So I know one of the common arguments that we'll probably get regarding the ladies, or the pushback, will be, it's the men that ain't ready for marriage too. We know that, but that's not what we're focused on today, because of the fact that men are the ones who propose. We're seeing there are less proposals, obviously, because there are less marriages. We're also seeing an increase in the exodus of black men that are exiting the community and leaving the community. So therefore, I think that this question is very relevant, and it's an important question to ask, regardless of whether or not we agree on, what on whether or not black women are ready or worthy of marriage. It is still an important question to ponder. It's one of the questions that I think that's important when you're trying to do some introspection. Am I worthy as a black woman or as a black man? Whatever. But it's an important question, and we're gonna talk about it today. So we gonna get off into it as we do, and yeah.
So what is your answer to the question? Do you think black women are worthy of marriage as a
Um,
collective?
as a collective, do I think black women are worthy of marriage? I think that as a collective, no. I don't think that black women are worthy of marriage. However, it's not because I know you were saying how, people aren't ready for marriage until they get into it. I think that if you sustained a long-term relationship, there's not going to be a whole lot of difference between that relationship and marriage. I know a lot of the fellas feel as though women change when they get married, or people change when they get married, and I've seen that. And I'm not saying that that does not happen, but my reasoning is because I think that we as a group, collectively, we have a lot of work to do, internally. I think that, we have a lot of traumas that we haven't overcome. I think
Right.
that we still need to take accountability for a lot of the actions that we are personally responsible for. We still need to be better at holding each other accountable, and we still need to stop uplifting mess. Like when I don't I go like on different social media platforms, and I engage in conversations with women about a variety of topics, and I see like some common themes amongst black women, and a lot. I have to like admittedly say that, as a group, I love my sisters. However, I think personally that, black women are, um, okay, I'm not going to go into that just yet. I'll let you chime in, and then I'll come back with my commentary on why I don't think we as a collective are even ready for marriage, let alone worthy of it.
Yeah, yeah. I think we have a lot of things to overcome, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of healing, especially the traumas that a lot of women have experienced. So I think that there are a lot of things that need, like a lot of self care needs to be had, really before a lot of us even consider marriage. A lot of therapy needed.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, then I think a lot of the reasons for like why men don't propose anymore
Mm-hmm.
are the divorce laws. Um, Men don't really fare out as it pertains to marriage.
Mm.
Not at the end of one.
I'm sorry. Repeat that, Danny.
I said men don't really fare out of marriage. They don't really get
Oh.
the fair deal as it pertains
Mm-hmm.
to marriage, especially at the end of one. Because most men don't
Right.
equate like them going to work, them taking care of a household, and then the woman, let's just say she was a stay-at-home wife or
Mm-hmm.
something. They don't really equate that to being like the same thing. I don't know any man who equates a woman staying at home managing a family like the same thing.
Right. And I think that, me personally, I think that it's a tough job when you have children to, be a stay at home mom. I think that, managing a household is not an easy feat. I know that most women that I know work outside the home and they manage a household, even those that are married and or have some sort of long-term relationship. But I do understand your point regarding guys not getting a fair shake. I when I s- and I have to agree with you. I do think that some of the information is exacerbated when it comes to black men because I don't know a ton of black men who are required to pay alimony and things of that nature. But overall, I do still think that they like what is the incentive for black men to marry? I think that's an important part of the question that we should be trying to answer along the way. But when I think of black women as a collective, I do have to admit that I see that black women are selfish. And I think that there's almost a movement that is masked as self-care that is encouraging more of the selfishness. I think that black women have been disloyal. I think that we're uncompromising. We're not trying to compromise. We want what we want and the way we want it. And we don't even know what it is to be in a working relationship where you have to compromise with someone. In addition, I think that we're a bit disillusioned too regarding what marriage is. I think that we
Yeah.
don't understand like how much work marriage requires. I think that we do I think that we are idyllic about it and we think that it's how it looks on TV and we don't realize that marriage is work. It's tough work and it's I think that is another reason why a lot of marriages fail because black women get into them and they don't realize how much work it's going to be. They don't realize that I'm not going to be put on this pedestal and spoiled like a child, that there are going to be standards and requirements that I have to adhere to, and we don't like it.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point because I think a lot of us do have like a fairy tale image in our head. It's
Mm-hmm.
like you get married, you get prepared for your big day, you're doing the wedding shopping, you get your
Mm-hmm.
dress and you get
Girl,
all
I've been there. I think most of us have, because I used to look at it in that way. Even though I'm not a proponent of state sanctioned marriage, I still wanted a ceremony, and I was all like, oh, thinking that it's gonna be the big dress, the big to do, and the big show that I'm putting on for everybody. Now, when I talk to my fiance, we're like, no, we're doing something very small, very intimate for our immediate family and a few close friends, and we're going to have a big reception, but like I don't care about all that. I'm not trying to shell out $30,000 for a wedding.
girl, I thought that I would get married at 24, 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was dating a guy really heavily and we were really serious and he proposed and then
Mm-hmm.
he told me that he cheated on me
Wow.
and I could not I couldn't deal with it. It was just like all my feelings for him kind of went out the window, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And so my grandmother, and I can remember my grandmother like, nah, certain things are gonna happen, but you really need to gain this experience
Mm-hmm.
right now while you're a young lady, before you get pregnant and everything. And I was in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking like, shit, I'm 25. I'm at the prime of my life. Why
Right.
am I gonna settle down with this fucking jerk for? Especially since he cheated on me, and I
Mm-hmm.
couldn't get past that.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Man, you are making a huge mistake. Um, certain things as a woman that you're really gonna have to learn how to get past." And I'm like, "Shit, grandma, it's a new day. I ain't gotta get past shit." He cheated on me. He's out. And
Right.
so it just kind of made me think what's crazy is he ended up marrying the woman that he cheated on me with.
Oh, wow.
And they've been together for a long time. Yeah, they've been together for a while, but I don't necessarily think it was a all
Right.
the way happy situation because she never worked and
Mm-hmm.
she really didn't have any ambition or anything. And
Mm.
so it was like, I should have settled down with you. I wish I had really tried to convince you, but I was over it. I was fuck that.
Yeah.
You cheated, you're out. And yeah, no
Yeah.
regrets though. No regrets.
Yeah. And I think most of us do. There was a point in time, remember before my ex proposed, and I was probably about 24, and I'm like, okay, if he don't propose this year, it's over. And I'm kind of like thinking like, okay, this is your last chance to propose. And 2 years later he proposed, and I was like, no, 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 3 years later he proposed, and I didn't even want to marry him at that point. um it was kind of like, I do think that we as women do this. A lot of things are for show. So, I think I wanted it initially to say, I have a husband. And I'm like, by the
Yes.
time we had gone through so much by that time, I was like, no, I'm good. I'm like, I didn't say that initially. I kept delaying it. And okay, well, we need to work on this first. So we need to work on this. And I knew in the back of my head, though, that I was kind of over the relationship. And, I was on my way out.
Yeah, yeah, I was definitely like, you know what? I'm young, I'm hot, my body was in the best shape of its life.
Like Mary, and but you know
Yeah.
what? That brings about a good point. When you say that, a lot of the men say we wait until we hit the wall before we
How
even want to settle down. And the other narrative is that most black women don't want to get married. We hear black men say that on our show all the time, that black women don't even want to get married. And I used to rebut that and push back against it, because I hear women say that they want to, but their actions don't line up with their words. Yeah, they say they want to get married, but then they are bypassing good brothers. You know what I mean? Yeah, they say they want to get married, but then at the same time, they're extremely selfish and they have all these conditions for any man that enters their lives. And you know what I mean? So, saying it is one thing, but, what do your actions reflect?
yeah, and I think me being 25, 26,
Hmm.
and I never really, I don't know. It's like I don't know if I would have I think I probably would have made a good wife because my grandmother was a wife for a long time. My mother was a wife for a long time. Um,
Hmm.
and these were very domesticated women, real handle your business in the house and stuff like that.
Hmm.
But for a long time, I'm like, yeah, it probably wasn't for me at the time. Yeah, it wasn't for me at the time.
Yeah, and I've always been marriage minded. And everybody, most of the women in my family, um, my great grandmother and great grandfather were together until my great grandfather passed away.
Mm.
Same thing with my grandmother and grandfather. My mother, she was married twice, but every woman in my family, maternal and paternal, have been married, except for I have one aunt that was not married but was in a long term relationship. And most of the women in my family are either married or have been in relationships for 10 plus years. And we are, I'm marriage minded. I've always been in these long term monogamous relationships. I just, as the older you grow, your thoughts regarding like, it's not as important as it once was, I guess, for me. Like, I Not that I'm indifferent to it, but it's not like my number one goal. It's not as high on my list of priorities, I guess.
Shit. Well, let me not front to you, honey. Since I done hit this damn wall hard. Hey,
Girl, I
boo. Hey,
know.
Curlin. How you doing, boo?
Mm-hmm. I also wanted to say, when I was talking about, Black women and as a collective, and I know there are women that are going to say, well, I'm not selfish. I compromise and da 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 da. I am not talking about anyone personally. I'm just talking about collectively as a group, because these things don't necessarily apply to me. I mean, I'm a little spoiled, but I'm not like a lot of the character flaws that I listed don't necessarily apply to me. But as Black women, I think that we are hard to like, let alone love. So therefore, we have a lot to work on. Like, Black men don't like us as a collective. Like, we got, and it's not for them. Even if we think about it for ourselves, like, we have a lot of like I said, unresolved traumas, and that manifests itself in anxiety, and you having, being an angry Black woman and snapping on people because of you're on edge, or you know what I mean, like you have undiagnosed mental illnesses and issues and things that you're dealing with, and you're not even seeking treatment for it because we've normalized these behaviors within our community, and it's not even something that you're concerned about. But we should be working to be our best selves for ourselves, first and foremost.
Right. Right. um, yeah, honey. So as far as people not being ready, we kind of talked a little bit about what do you feel like would make a woman not ready for marriage?
Well, like a lot of the traits that I would point back to the characteristics that I said. I feel like to be marriage minded, you need to be willing to submit to your partner first and foremost. And when we say these things, oftentimes people will not argue the semantics of the word, but they'll bring up things that are obvious to me, like, oh, well, some men aren't worthy of submission. Well, I'm not talking about the men that aren't worthy of submission. You, as the woman, have the choice in who you allow into your life. So choose a man who's worthy. Choose a man who has good leadership qualities. But I think you need to be willing to submit and respect your partner. I think you need to be selfless. I think you need to be willing to sacrifice. Compromise is absolutely key. Like, you have to be willing to hear him out, and meet in the middle, and things aren't necessarily going to go your way. You have to be loving. You have to be and dare I say this, coachable, because
Girl.
look, I already know that's probably a trigger word. Look, I'm not saying that you need to change who you are, but you do need to be coachable. I had to modify some of my behaviors, with my current partner, like, just because every man is different. Even when you think about something as simple as, okay, let me get, because I try to break it down on an elementary level for us. Even as simple as maybe the way he likes his plate fixed. Maybe he don't like his bread touching the juice, and his, So when I say things like that, even if you think about it on a basic level, every man is different. So you have to learn what he likes, and be able to flex, how you do things to ensure that you're accommodating, your partner, and that's just what it is. But what do you think regarding what traits do you think a marriage-minded person would need to have?
You spoke on something very, 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 very interesting, which is being coachable.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us aren't coachable, and especially after we get past a certain age. With me being 40, right? Sometimes it's hard as hell for somebody to tell me what to do when Carla knows.
I can imagine. Listen, I can imagine.
Concrete.
I'm just saying.
After after you get a certain age and you have your own things and you've kind of established your life for yourself,
Mhm.
and a man comes into the picture and he likes things done this way and he wants certain things done this way and he wants a
Mhm.
certain meal cooked on Tuesdays and
Mhm.
stuff like that, or when it comes down to deciding where you're going to go for dinner, and or him telling you you need to even like as far as the YouTube shit, hey, you probably need to sit your ass down over here, and it's like when you get to a point, like especially as a black woman after a certain age that's never been married, it's
Mhm.
hard as hell for us to be coached. And I
Right.
consider myself pretty submissive, pretty
Have you
submissive.
ever lived with a man? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just thought about that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
And it was I was kind of raised old fashioned as far as my grandmother was concerned. And me and my baby daddy moved in with me at one point. And
Uh-huh.
so with that, it was a very immature relationship. Um,
Mhm.
I always kind of had in the back of my head, why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? And my
Mhm.
grandmother preached like, why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? And that shit stuck in the back of my head. So
Mhm.
I could never say that I was fully invested while we lived together, because I kept thinking in the back of my mind, like, okay, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm doing the things sexually
Mhm.
and shit, and we're living together. And um, it was like this man doesn't really have an incentive to marry me because I'm
Mhm.
already doing the things that a wife would do. And so then
Right.
you hear it on the opposite side, like, well,
Mhm.
you need to know how to do these things in order to get the man to marry you and shit. But
What? Right. And in addition, I understand that concept. Why buy the cow if you can get the milk for free? But for me, it's important for like I don't feel like you get to see the true person that you are in a relationship with, unless you're around them for extended periods of time all day long. Like you got to be able to get on somebody's nerve when you have your own home and you're coming and you're visiting for a few hours. So for me personally, before I ever enter into a union, it's important for me to be able to live with you for even if it's just for 6 months or whatever. But I need to. I feel like we gotta. I need to see how you communicate. I need to see how you work through conflict. So for me, it's important to I do things my own way though. So I know people think that that I know that's not orthodox, but for me, that's what works for me, and I want to be able to see how we resolve conflict together. Maybe you're going to trigger me to the point where I'm like, okay, I can't deal with this, and I'm not coming on here as if I'm not also a work in progress. I had to be coachable in order to get where I am in my relationship. Like in the beginning, my man probably was like, "Oh no," because I have to fight against my uh, innate desire to fall back into um, Western teachings. Everything that I've been indoctrinated to do. So he is, I'll say he's pretty old fashioned. So which I am too, to an extent, but not as much as he is. So I had to modify behaviors, and it was a process for me as well. So when I'm saying you need to be coachable, I had to be coachable in my relationship to get to where we are too. So
yeah, I think it's a huge adjustment, especially when a woman turns a certain age. Because when you get a certain age and you get set in your ways and shit, it's like, yikes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I am I'm pretty agreeable. My man probably would not don't doesn't believe that I'm as agreeable as I like to think, but I'm pretty agreeable. I'm pretty easy to get along with typically. But I do still think that, of course, the older I get, the more I'm like, okay, I ain't going for that. So yeah, the more set in your ways you become. So I agree with that. And the older you get, the less compromising you are. You
Yeah.
know, yeah. So I agree with that.
Yep. Are you ready to open up the panel?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I see them down there taking little shots.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So Ray Alexander said, "Where can he get some of this free milk that we're talking about?" I mean, from my understanding, it's it's a pretty regular thing within the Black community that we shack. You know, we don't marry, so shouldn't be too difficult to find. Go to any hood near you, and you'll be able to get the free milk,
You can definitely get that.
some
Definitely,
whole milk.
definitely pay that Section 8 housing fee. That $20 a month goes a long
Let them tell
way.
it, yeah. Pay that $20 a month. You can move in, sir. What you know about that?
Get you some what's the housing called?
What?
Not,
Low
not like
income
no, but there's
projects?
HUD. You can get the
Oh,
HUD housing, honey.
HUD is a government. I mean, not a government, but a voluntary organization. They build homes. I thought. Oh, like there is an organization that is like over housing and urban development is what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's an acronym. You're right. You're right. You're right.
yeah. Hey,
You
Complex.
are right.
Hey, what's going on? Happy Sunday.
Hey, Complex. Happy Sunday to you too.
Happy March 1st. Happy, I don't know,
Right.
fill in the blank.
Leap year, all that good stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff, right?
First day after leap year and everything. Happy
Yeah.
Women's History Month. This is Women's History Month.
Is that what it is also?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Feminist.
I guess I'm gonna
Basically,
learn.
I have a
I
lot of
guess I'm
them
gonna
on
learn
my
something
social
that I haven't
media.
been taught already.
Yep, I see them celebrating. I have a lot on my social media. I'm like, oh, it's Women's History Month.
Do they have a Men's History Month?
Nah, y'all don't have a specific month.
No. Okay.
Not at all.
I just that's curious. But anyway, just the topic is interesting. I don't know if you guys are reading my comments there.
I saw a few of them.
Yeah, I don't think it was the question is are Black women marriage material? Is that what it is?
Are they worthy of marriage? Are they marriage material? I guess that would be a subsequent or a good follow-up question. But the topic is: Are Black women worthy of marriage?
I mean that's kind of subjective.
True.
Yeah, it's subjective. I mean, I was married to a Black woman, right? Yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess the simple question or the simple answer would be yeah. I mean, if I were to kind of use
What about
my own.
collectively though? But so I know like individually, yeah, there are some. I mean, I think I'm worthy, but I think most women do. But collectively,
Well, I guess that's where there's a problem in that line of questioning, right? Because it's subjective. See, so if you say collectively, I personally don't require the same things that most dudes require, right, from a mate. Okay, so I couldn't really answer that.
yeah, every
I
man
know
is
there's
different.
there's well, every woman's different. There's
True.
what I require, and that's why I think can't really look at these types of things. Well, that's part of the problem is that we kind of look at these types of things with not enough emotional intelligence. Don't take that as a slight or anything. This is just an observation. But no, we're not emotionally intelligent enough to really think about the implications of something like a marriage. We have, first of all, you have a social structure in place to where it kind of reduces the intention of it, because there's no what incentive is there today for any guy to engage in it if you just hightail it and you take shit with you. That's just fundamentally not like a good deal, right? So there's that whole angle. And then there's also, I guess, like the power struggle, because look, we got to get it out of our minds that that traditionalism is something that we can return to. I don't think there's any interest in women to give up any power that they have, right?
True. True.
And the fact of the matter is that you do relinquish that to some extent in a relationship. So I think that's why like I said, for me, what worked was an incorporated union, and that's something where there's a heightened level of commitment in order to pull something like that off, right? So I don't think the average person can do something like that. So I would just relegate that for a different class of people altogether, and I really wouldn't include incorporated unions into the discussion of a marriage, because I don't think the average person is actually serious enough about the notion of marriage. So we'll put that aside. But outside of that, you have to really kind of redefine what relationships are going to look like, because no one's giving up anything. And this is just my observation. This is just somebody who's, kind of.
I agree. I don't know
Yeah.
if they think I don't think most Black women find that giving that it would be beneficial for them in any way to to give up.
And it may, and here's the thing. It may not be. I don't really know. I know for me, my requirement, I need a helpmate. That's what I need. And so I'm not going to knock a woman if that's not what she wants to do, right? Like, everybody's got agency. Everybody's got agency. Black men and Black women, yes, we both have agency. So I would just say exercise it responsibly.
Very, very
Good
true.
stuff.
Very true. Hey,
Thank
Game
you,
Changer.
Conference.
Hey, Noah. Hey, Jonathan Phillips.
Hey, people, Game Changer, what you got on this? I'm scared to ask, but what you got on this?
What's going on, Sister George? Concrete Rose. On the question, I actually came to pose a question myself, but to answer the question that you had on the thing, are Black women collectively ready for marriage or marriage worthy? Well, I think that a couple of generations ago, or one generation ago for you, Sister George, I'm not sure how old you are, Concrete Rose, but during the Boomer generation, they suffered through hyperfeminism. And as a result, a lot of feminist mothers didn't really prepare their daughters for marriage because they thought it was oppressive. So not too long ago on my channel, I read a passage from Rebecca Walker, who is the daughter of Alice Walker. And what she stated was she didn't allow her to play for dolls because it serviced her unnatural motherly instinct or something like that. So what winds up happening for many women who are unable to get out of poor nurturing, and they have been indoctrinated with that ideology that marriage is oppressive and things like that, even for a significant portion of their life. Most women grow out of it, but what they find is after they grow out of it, they're in a situation where they should have been preparing for this their entire lives from the moment they comb their baby doll's hair. But instead, they're at an extraordinary deficit. And some of them move forward and some of them move back. So it's a very I don't know what the word to use. I mean, it's a horrible situation that many women of the Generation X and the preceding generations had no control over. They just found themselves in this position.
It's interesting that you say that when you talk about dolls. I mean, I think back to my childhood and how, we would play dolls and we would play wedding. We didn't play marriage. But even when I think about my own upbringing, like no one talked about what it is to make a marriage work. You heard about it, you kind of fantasized about the wedding. And that's as far as you thought. That's about as much as you thought about, being married.
I mean, I don't know if it's something that should be taught directly. I think that that's something that's naturally inside a woman on treating a man a certain way. I think that that's her natural instinct, much like treating children.
But I think it's something that could be taught. Like if you have a womanhood training.
I think that the antithesis of it is being taught. So, you have people
Mhm.
at a abnormally high concentration in our community that says you shouldn't be doing this. Even though you probably have a natural desire to, as you said earlier, fix your man a plate a certain way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You will have others that come and enter your headspace. And I'm not saying you individually, I'm saying Black women of your generation, period, that will come and enter your headspace and try to convince you not to do these things. However, it is your natural instinct to do these things.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, game changer. I'll go after you.
No worries. So I talked to Danini a couple of months back, maybe 2-3 months ago. And even though she has a desire to submit to her husband, Warren, and I'm sure she does, she has a problem even saying the word. So she's following her natural instinct. However, social conditioning forbids her from admitting that she is a submissive person, whether she is or not. So, it's very disturbing. I think that a lot of women are naturally.
It's a dirty word.
But let me ask
their natural instinct for women.
No, I mean, that's how people look at it. I wasn't being serious.
Exactly. No, that's how you've been taught to look at it. And I think that that's tragic. Tragic is the word I'm looking for when I think about the situation that previous generations have put y'all in.
Would y'all agree that marriage requires a submission to each other in a certain sense?
Fuck no.
It's reciprocal. It has
I've
to be
been hearing that a
reciprocal.
lot,
It has to be reciprocal.
That's a new phenomenon
that
to
makes
me.
no sense. No.
How?
Can you hear me?
So
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good.
Y'all niggas want straight to be a tyrant. That don't make no sense, dog.
No. Being
I don't need no pushover, dog.
No. Why would you assume that all forms of leadership is tyrannical?
Yeah.
I'm not saying all forms of leadership is tyrannical, but you lead as a man at the head. But if the woman is there with you on your side, rocking with you.
Well, okay, so
that would
request leadership. Why would you assume tyranny? There are different forms of leadership and tyranny.
Yeah.
I have nothing but the best interests of those who follow me at heart. I would not be a tyrant to children or a woman.
I need an example of how men submit to women in relationships because I don't understand it.
Well,
Maybe I'm missing the point.
Okay. Let's say she cooked a huge Sunday dinner, right? She cooks a Sunday dinner. He does the dishes. He rubs her feet. There are certain ways that women submit to a man. And it doesn't just require her doing what he says, but how she takes care of him, the care that she puts into taking care of him. And I think that is a very reciprocal thing. Like,
by his care, the care that he puts into taking care of her.
Yeah, I think that's a certain to me, and that's just to me. That's a certain form of submission. But then understanding where your weaknesses are and where your partner's weaknesses are. She may be good with money. He may not be that great with money. So if she can manage money better, and they have a certain type of trust, then he trusts her. So that is, to me, that's a form of
I guess love does.
No, division of labor and division of task is not not.
Yeah.
Basically, you have your delegated task to have a functioning household, and so does he. And just because y'all have separate and perhaps even equal roles in it, there should be no mistake on who leads who has the final veto power of the relationship.
Well, yeah, and okay.
Is he the sole provider?
Well,
I mean, that's up to you. I personally intend to be, even though the person I'm with is a high earner. I personally intend to be.
Well, okay. I think, I'm not really sure. I don't understand what the whole dirty word submission equation is about. Okay, so my wife and I never talked about submission, right? It wasn't we didn't talk about it. It was kind of like there was just sort of like this sort of natural male-female thing. I'm not really sure how to describe it. I don't know. I kind of call it fucking nature or something.
It is nature.
Yeah. I know.
I'm
totally being facetious. I'm totally being facetious right now. Hopefully you get the tone. What I'm trying to say here is that you're trying to rationalize like these man-made concepts that are put in place of sort of like a natural sort of interaction. It boggles my mind. it's kind of like, okay, it's not really even a submission. It's like, I think that somebody mentioned reciprocity. That's really what it is. Because see, what reciprocity requires is that both of you give. You both give.
Exactly.
Okay. See, so if you're both giving, I mean, there's really, unless you're in a situation where you're the giver and then they're the taker. Okay, well, that's a whole other discussion. We can have that, and I think we're dealing more with incompatibility, right? Like, so that's not going to work. But in a compatible scenario, you both give. There is no, I require, this. You give. Fuck. I don't know.
I agree. I agree. I like that reciprocity. And it could, you give, in different ways. But when I think of submission, that's why it's hard for me to imagine a man submitting to a woman, is because, like, yielding to that person. Like, I think foot rubs, I think it's like, could be a display of love or appreciation. But it's hard for me to picture.
Well, Rose, let's look at this with a higher level of sophistication here, right? So, in light of what we touched on just a little bit earlier, where from a societal position, we kind of have more of an equal footing, right? In terms of our ability to earn wages, exercising political viewpoints, everything. We're equalized, right? You see, so maybe the model for something like that, given this is where we are, is a model of reciprocity. Okay, where there's an acknowledgement of what our values in society. Okay, whether they be imagined or created or true, whatever the case may be. Okay, let's just assume that we have equal value in society here. Okay, so then what would be the model to have, like, positive based relations? Maybe perhaps it's a model of reciprocity.
I dig it. I like it.
Go for it.
I was gonna say, hey Mella, what you got?
Hi, happy Sunday.
Thank you, Mella. Same to you.
Hi, Mella.
Hey, Mella.
Okay. Don't worry, I've harnessed my bad girl image for your panel. I've harnessed her. And apparently I've developed a reputation of being disagreeable, which chimes me into this particular topic as to whether or not Black women deserve to be wives. I would say collectively it's more than a challenge ahead of them, because they haven't been domesticated at this point. And what it takes to domesticate a young lady into a sense of agreeableness with her soon-to-be spouse is to understand that she is to be docile, cooperative, otherwise known as submissive. That is what it takes to accommodate a marriage as a woman. That's what it takes. That's what it takes for him to be secure enough to walk through that door and stay focused on his mission while he's leaving the next day. And that is the system of, that's the way it operates. Whatever it takes to keep him focused on his mission to profit the union that you have between you, that's what you do. And they prefer that you not only all this other stuff we're talking about, like cooking and cleaning and making the place cozy, but there's also your behavior. Your behavior has to be disciplined, not because he promised you a big diamond ring or a wonderful wedding. It already has to have been instilled by women who would instruct you as you're growing into adulthood. And unfortunately, women just aren't taking the time to teach their young ladies how to properly conduct themselves so that they would be an attractive choice for marriage. And Yeah. So collectively,
Hello?
they got some mountains to climb.
Agreed. Yeah.
And that's my answer to that.
Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, Todd.
We can hear you.
But yeah,
okay, who's the guy who brought up the tyrant point?
John.
Is he still on the panel?
Yeah, John.
Yeah,
Jonathan.
Yeah.
What
Todd,
characteristic
right quick, brother. I don't think you could hear Mela. Mela, could you say something to see if Ty City can hear you?
Microphone check, Ty.
Yeah, I can hear Mela.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
Ty.
so what characteristic of a tyrant do you think women don't want?
Hyper abusive. Just when arguments happen,
Toxic masculinity.
No, women don't want anybody.
Are you serious?
No, I can say women don't want anybody.
Wait.
Huh?
Wait. See, this is funny because I've heard this like 5 or 6 times. People saying that a man that just wants to take total control is some kind of tyrant. And that's not true. It's kind of demonizing you for wanting to be in that position. And women want a tyrant.
I think we want a tyrant in a certain way.
We want someone productive. We don't want someone abusive.
That's a tyrant.
Equates abusive, right?
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about the abusive part. Like if a man leads his house, then that's no issue.
Is a woman who's what they don't want is a man who don't appreciate their submission and don't take on the responsibility that comes with power. You see, we have unfortunately.
No, just don't be abusive. We'll work it out.
Well, some women, you want your submission.
So that's what I'm saying. When the word, right? So the term tyrant is.
Go for it.
What I'm saying is the term tyrant. The term tyrant is used to only like put a magnifying glass on abuse, and when people say that, that's not true. It's just not. If you ask a woman what she looks for in a man, everything she names is going to be a characteristic of a tyrant.
Well, Ty, I ain't disagreeing with you on that one. Actually, that's a more concise definition I've heard on these YouTube streets of what you just said. Because that's the only thing I was talking about, like the abusive part. Like if a man takes charge and leads his household and manages the household and make sure everything is running, give that man a beer and leave him the fuck alone. He ain't that's not a problem. He's taking care of what needs to be taken care of.
Right.
But
and see, that's what. Anything else is
textbook definition: tyrant, cruel and oppressive ruler. Is that what we want, ladies?
Well,
no, I feel what you're saying, Ty City. The traits that we
no. Yeah, and yes, they do want a cruel person. They do want a cruel person. Yes, they do.
Would you equate?
They don't want no nice guy, that's for sure. At least in my age group, they don't want no damn nice guy.
Why would you want somebody to be cruel to you? Why would you want somebody to do that?
Okay, so
I think it boils down to
here, slightly messy.
Here, let me explain this, right? So I don't trust women at all whatsoever. Even a woman that I'm with, right? There's no trust. I just don't do it, right? Mm-hmm. So is that not a characteristic that you want me to go out into the world with? Do you want me to go out with just trusting everybody?
What does you trusting your woman have to do?
Right, that's too extreme.
Well, because that's what I'm saying. With this whole tyrant thing, like you want somebody to be one way at home and then is mad when they can't go out into the world with that tyrant mentality.
I don't know if I agree with that, Ty City, because I think that like with the mean woman, right? A lot of men love mean women because they feel like because she's mean, she's not going to be open to men flirting with her. She's going to know how to shut men down. And she can be mean to everybody but that man. And so that man still feels like he's won something because she's able to have a certain hold on him that everybody else can. So if I'm dealing with a man, I wouldn't want my man to be a tyrant to me. I would
Right.
want
I'm
him to
not.
be a tyrant
And see,
out in the world.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying be a. I like how y'all trying to say it towards the woman. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that.
I understand what you're saying, Ty City, because when you think about most masculine men ain't taking no stuff. They're extremely assertive. They might even be viewed as aggressive. When I think of like even the stuff that I see people labeling as toxic masculinity, a lot of very masculine, manly men that I know may display some of those traits, and I think that we're trying to redefine masculinity is what it is. But I don't think that we want somebody to be cruel and oppressive to us. However, I do understand that a lot of the traits that we say we want, the leadership qualities and that warrior spirit is one that a tyrant would possess.
Right. And not, said these guys, I don't, sometimes I listen to like some of y'all women talk about men, and I just be like, y'all just want somebody to sit up under you, and then you complain that they're not doing anything.
Yeah, I get that feeling too. I think Sarah Lena mentioned that too, that is a fetish for many Black American women.
Yeah, I mean, we got it. What was it that I remember a few months ago, they was talking about 50-50, 100%, this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I'm 100% type of dude. That's how I'm rocking. Yeah. I mean, I don't care what niggas got to say. Like when I say something got to go, something got to go. Because what happens is if it's not that way, the woman gets to weigh her options, whether she want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even willing to put myself in that position.
Well, all forms of traditionalism and masculinity and femininity, as it's been historically defined, is being discouraged in the Black community on both sides. I give an example. I bought a young lady who was very good to me a stove, and I received enormous pushback from both men, Black men, and Black women.
Wait, time out. That I've been seeing that stove thing
Black
going around.
Gave pushback on it?
Yeah.
Wait. I didn't get that joke. I've been seeing stove all over the place, bro.
Oh, yeah. No, that's them making fun of me. So, well, Concrete Rose, there's a reason why I received it from Black women. So, on a holiday some years back in Dominican, I met a lady. So here's the thing. I met a woman online, and the first time that I met her there, we spent the week together, just enjoying everything, and she showed me around. So I got to see portions of the country that I would not have been able to see without her. So she kind of worked as a de facto tour guide / lover, and we stayed in my hotel. The second time we went, I was there with my boys again. However, I stayed an extra week. They stayed 1 week. I stayed 2. So when they left, and the contract was over on the villa that we rented, I said, okay, I'm going to get a hotel now, and she suggested that I stay with her. So I stayed with her for 4 days, but there was a couple of reasons that I had to get back, primarily because my Wi-Fi, her Wi-Fi wasn't sufficient to do my job. So I stayed with her. So I stayed with her for 4 days, and I noticed, because the way their situation is there, they have a different level of poverty, and she is very young and just starting out in life. So the way it works there is that you only get one appliance that comes with the apartment. So like some places I have a refrigerator, some places I have a stove, some places I have, and what she had was a washing machine and a dryer. So you only get one appliance per thing that comes with it. So after observing this situation, we went to the store, and it was my initial intent to buy toys for her kids as a gift for her son, primarily a playpen because he was rambunctious. And I noticed that, and this isn't something that's common here, but on in a store that's equivalent to our Kmart, they have stoves.
Oh, okay.
And they're only $200. So I figured this would be a nice gesture, a nice gift, considering that she's been very good to me for, years now, for 2 years now. And it would make things more convenient for her. Instead of her going to her neighbor's house to cook food, she can do it in her own house. And she also could cook for me. So I didn't really see a problem in purchasing it for her. And she was very happy. And the
That was a
neighbors
nice
actually came out to
gesture,
see it.
but I see why you got pushback from Black women.
Yeah. But I'm just saying the pushback shouldn't exist because I felt that I was behaving as a traditional man should, being a provider to someone. I mean, because the alternative would be to just, pardon my French, but to live off of her for 4 days, fuck her, and then leave. And that would mean.
Right. If she got kids, I think you did a nice thing, but I can understand why you got pushback in this sector, actually from the men and the women. I mean, I get it, it is what it is, but I think it was nice.
Yeah. Well, it was nice. But what I'm saying is more than nice, it plays into the she was playing her submissive role and it played into the provider role or the masculine role of men. However, it was highly discouraged, which shows how far away from the culture we are from the tradition.
How did he buy an expensive present? He said it was $200. That's expensive. I mean,
well, it's relative. It's relative to a person's income, I guess. But no, it's not that expensive. Well, okay, and also consider this: the hotel would have been $60 daily, so it would have been $240 anyway. So she did save me a considerable amount of money. Plus,
Hey, game changer. I ain't even gonna knock you, bro.
A woman off a back page. So I mean, like, come on, it's $200.
I ain't even gonna knock you, bro.
Did the baby come into your consideration?
Did her baby come into my consideration?
Yeah.
In what way? No,
you said No, I'm serious. You said that you were going to originally purchase something for the child, and you decided to turn it up a notch into something that would benefit both her and the child. That's what I think that's what I think I think is genius, because you accommodated both of them in a beneficial way. That was nice. Well, it wasn't just nice. It was genius.
Go for it.
I'm not even gonna knock you, bro, because I think there's a lot of dudes doing a whole lot of stuff like that. And I don't think you was ever the type of guy that said you wouldn't do it. So I'm not getting no hypocrisy out of it from your end.
Well, no, I never said that. I know I really harp on the submission portion for women, but I do understand that there is a responsibility that men have to women. Else I would be a tyrant. So no, I'm not. I don't pretend to be a pimp or anything like that. I do believe that men have a responsibility to the women who submit to him.
Just think of the efficiency of it, right? Instead of a hotel,
correct,
and a gift for a child and a gift for the mother, you just consolidated all of it with $200. That's kind of smooth.
Yeah, and like I say, it's very different here.
Well, the other one that I think you and Thai City skipped over was the cost of the meals. So now, like you said, the meal prep, which is meals for him, that's nipped in the bud, right? That's nipped in the bud with that.
They're saying we've changed the topic from marriage to prostitution.
And I really I wanted to chime in on the marriage.
No. We should talk about talk about that comment, because that's disturbing. Because due to our history and poverty, Black people in this country have a close connection to prostitution, meaning that there is a time in our history where every man, woman, and child was at least 2 to 3 degrees away from a prostitute, which means that you develop opinions on this culture.
Right, they think it's simping and all that type of stuff.
Right, exactly.
Tricking.
Exactly. It's not. So, I mean, because there isn't a line in the Black community between tricking, simping, or just being a general provider. There isn't. Basically, what we have developed on both. No, I don't.
So I got a question for this. So
okay,
is marriage a high
right,
level of prostitution?
right,
So
quick,
is marriage is the highest level?
Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there.
I don't
Is
agree.
it?
I don't agree with
Not
that.
in
But
my
that's only
opinion,
if you
but
have a trick.
Get out of there.
Is it the highest level?
No.
not
If
in
you
my
have,
opinion. But I've heard the arguments
Because come
around
on,
it.
man.
no, if
Get
you
out
have
of there.
We're not gonna act like Melania
Get out of
Trump
there.
acted dumb for his
right, quick,
personality.
Jonathan. I
Well,
mean,
she was like a mail
if
order
you have
bride
a
type.
trick
Come on now.
okay, so see, here's the thing. There are people within this country, most other cultures within this country, don't have to ask things like, is this prostitution? Is this tricking or anything like that? There isn't a blurred line between being a provider and a submissive woman and being a hoe. You know, there isn't a blurred line, and there isn't, being a trick. So there isn't that blurred line. We as Black people, because of our history of poverty, we always question ourselves. Am I a prostitute? Am I a trick? Am I a pimp? Because we're all too intimate with that dynamic. So, and what I see as a result is you have two groups of people who are trying to one up each other. And if you are not one upping the other person, then you are shamed upon. I'll give you an example. If you are not a woman who is behaving as a prostitute, who is getting as much material money, or material gain for her sexual attention, if the material gain to sexual attention ratio is low, meaning you're having sex with a guy several times and you're not getting much of a quote unquote bag, then you are down upon amongst many other Black females. And also on the Black men's side, if you are providing a significant amount of goods, whether there's something she needs or just luxury goods, and she is not putting out that much, then you are looked at as a trick or a simp. So what's going on? Men are trying to fuck as much as they can for free, and women are trying to get as much as they can from a man without fucking. It's sick.
Right.
We're never going to get anywhere like that.
So
I think there's a $40 cap for most men in the chat.
$40.
The $40 come from when I was in the Dominican and I interviewed some prostitutes on my most recent trip, and they told me how much they cost for the two of them, and it was $40.
Wow.
So
y'all go over there basically to buy pussy at wholesale price.
I don't know what a wholesale price.
I'm not knocking you on.
No,
can we be honest?
I don't know what a wholesale price is, but no, I didn't entertain these two girls.
For two, that's a wholesale price.
Oh well, it's a but
that is wholesale.
It's a cheap path to the coronavirus. That's what it is.
Hey, let me chime in on that prostitute and a wife shit, because I mean, a prostitute is not going to wash your underwear and then provide some type of mental stability. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get what guys try to make that reach, but I mean, the separation has got to be there somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, I agree.
You say that, but I read an article actually yesterday that says that sex workers provide some sort of holistic healing to men. So, and this was, regarding Western women.
Right. So so that comes from a woman that's not providing something. They're subsidizing their needs with prostitutes.
Yeah, and the whole pimp hoe trick dynamic also assumed that that sex is the only thing a woman provides a man, and that really limits the perception of a woman's value. Submission is key. That's why. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this right here is an impossible argument to make with people who think linearly, because they would just look at it from one dimension. I mean, at the end of the day, everything is a quid pro quo, and there's going to be a value exchange, and it's going to come down to the individual level.
This for that.
Yeah, whatever he or she deems to be, a good exchange or a good bang for his or her buck.
Is that more reciprocity?
Yeah, but it confuses a lot of people. Just look at it like, oh, it's a prostitute, or oh, it's a worker, or it's someone who's getting money, this, that, or whatever. But if a guy's getting, and I'm not defending games, I'm not speaking about his situation directly, but the reason why a lot of these guys will completely tune out and take themselves off the market here domestically and have arrangements overseas is because they get a better value exchange. And the same guys who knock them for doing that, these same guys will go ahead and buy $120 shoes and buy $200 jeans.
Can you explain that though? The value exchange, you said it's better.
Yeah, exactly. Because these guys, a lot of guys domestically will spend far more money just for the possibility of getting asked or getting laid, to go out on a date, to look a certain way. They would trade off their productivity and their time, to kind of look a certain way and carry on a certain persona to achieve that same end, game. But yet, they will knock a guy who takes himself off and again, I'm just speaking, they'll knock guys who choose to just go their own way, take themselves off the market here domestically, and just strictly deal internationally. And domestically, the only thing they're focusing on is being more productive, is advancing their careers, is advancing their assets. That's their whole focus here. While these guys are shitting the green and the cooning and riding around town trying to impress the broads who give a damn about it.
What happens when they want children?
Still spending money. They're still tricking.
What happens when they want children? What happens when they want children?
You're talking about people who travel internationally for companionship?
Yeah, people who are supposedly. I think you guys.
You broke up.
Well, Mila, to that question, I mean, I don't have a communist mind. That's an individual decision. That's not a group decision. That's not a have children for the community decision. That's not that's that person. What that man or that woman chooses to do with their body or not to, if they want to have kids, that's up to them. They are not obligated to have children for the better good of the community or Black America. That's an individual decision. And if they choose to make that trade-off, that's cool. Nobody questions Black women, to the point of this whole topic, who made the trade-off in their youth instead of
I don't think that's what she was asking, Queen.
Hello, I've returned. I'm sorry, I had an interruption.
So no one questions, so no one questions Black women who chose in their youth to make a trade-off to advance their careers in their life, trading that off in lieu of learning the skills to become a wife. And that's the reason I came on here, is because the title of this thing is "Are Black Women Worthy of Marriage?" And I laughed at it because I'm like, well, shouldn't the title be "Are Black Women Worthy of Being a Wife?" But I know that will make sisters feel a certain kind of way, because even the word wife today has a certain connotation of being submissive, that sisters won't even say wife no more. They will say marriage.
That would have been a better topic, because that's essentially what we were talking about in the beginning, and we hit on how there's a lack of understanding regarding what's required to be a wife. So that would have been a better topic.
Correct.
So here's the thing, right? What is marriage in 2020? Right? Because let's just say you found the woman, she on your program, you know what I'm saying? She rocking with you 100%.
Marriage
is that marriage, what I'm saying is that enough?
No, marriage is bullshit. Again, it's a ruse. It's a sleight of hand. The conversation should be about husband, wife.
That's an individual.
Not marriage.
It's
no. Hey, I'm with you on that, because see that's how I'm rocking. Like, just be on my program, we rock together. You know what I'm saying? We can handle what we got to handle as a business together. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm rocking. I don't see.
Yeah.
I don't see this whole marriage thing playing out like it's the 50s, especially for men who know better. Like, it's going to have to be some major changes, and I don't think it's what most women want.
Well, all guys. I mean, again, to each his own. But to a man, to the individual man, I just got to ask you: Do you want marriage, or do you want a wife?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. Like,
exactly.
Hey, you rocking with me or you not? Because this how it's going. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, because in 2020, you can marry a doll. You can marry a fucking doll.
You can marry yourself. Women are doing.
Yeah, you can marry yourself. Exactly. You can marry anything.
But this what and I say this too, man, because uh, I was looking at this documentary, and they was doing some research on this married couple, and the marriage papers were lost. And what I'm saying is they didn't know the difference. These people were married the whole time. You know what I'm saying?
I actually know someone that went through something similar. They found out 20 years after the fact that their marriage wasn't legal because the paperwork was never satisfied. So
Right, but would she act different if she knew that? You know what I'm saying?
good question.
Now, I got another question for the panel. So, is it best for black men to either lobby in America to see if we can get the laws changed or go overseas? Because I think the expenses is going to be the same way. Because going to Brazil, that's going to be expensive.
Wait. So me, I don't think the government or should have anything to do with your union between you and your wife.
I agree 100%.
Reform the law.
So I don't even think that while we talking about reform, and I'm saying get rid of it. It should be a two-party situation, not a three-party situation.
Yeah, I've seen that there's actually some consideration to that by some southern states are considering like something similar to what would be like a common law marriage, because there are less and less people. It's not for our benefit. It's because the marriage rates are so low in some of the southern states that they are also considering changing things. But I still think that if they do that, that would still make it so that it's a three-party contract, because there would still be some contractual benefits. That means that they'll recognize the union and the relationship, and they will uphold it in court and still allow women to benefit in the same ways that they do in state-sanctioned marriages.
Because I believe that black men should have their children. Should be more easier to have their children and have the ability to be able to have their driver's license. Have brothers getting felonies over this shit, because marriage, child support. That's where I'm saying, like, we need reform here. Like, brothers going overseas traveling, yeah, that's cool, that's dope. Y'all doing it big, but y'all brothers that's going overseas and
I
getting
understand.
pussy, that's buying wholesale pussy instead of fixing the problem here.
I do agree that the problems need to be addressed abroad. Like we talk about, even when you think about people that are breaking into the country illegally, as opposed to fixing the situation or addressing the situations in their home countries, I think that there is something to be said about the fact that no matter what, the problems that exist here in our country still need to be addressed at some point.
Because not every brother can pack up and move. Not every brother can just pack up and move. Not every brother got that income or businesses, investments, line of credit, just stuff to be able to make that move.
Let me just dispel a myth from my personal belief system. I don't believe there's a problem here. You know what I'm saying? For me, so my whole thing is, it's all about brothers exploring their options. Because soon as the whole thing about there being a problems, what that kind of, leads into is, they're running. Ain't nobody running from shit. I mean, I've got lady friends here that I deal with domestically as well. You know what I'm saying? But again, that's just me. The whole thing, as far as,
you don't think that the laws are lopsided and that?
No, I mean, I don't care. It doesn't.
So
I've never
you don't care versus not thinking that they exist is two different things.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've never fear them that deeply. There are a lot of guys who are stuck on stupid because they fear the law so much. I just think they're just thinking too damn hard. They just need to go out there and live. I'm all for brothers traveling to explore their options. That not to run from no laws, not because shit is broken, not because
there's nothing wrong with that, right?
I'm sorry. No. I wasn't even.
I agree. There's nothing wrong with that.
I was just saying, like, let's fix A, then we can do B and do it big. At least try to put $10,000-$20,000, like Mr. Research talk about all the time, about getting a candidate, putting some money down, and making sure that your agenda gets met. Because we got to fix this to make sure that you're not going to be able to be put in that column box in 15 years, 20 years later.
I mean,
Yeah, it's cool that it don't affect me now, but what happened if it does?
I mean,
And
look,
you had the
look.
capital to be able to change it, and you didn't.
So I mean, do you honestly believe like the stories that you heard of brothers and their experiences in traveling? Do you think of the overwhelming majority of those guys are exploring those options because of the laws on the books here? Just like me, a lot of these niggas don't even know what the fuck the laws are, or just how bad they are. Because I mean, I'm not a baby daddy.
I think that most men that travel are willing to change whatever culture or to immerse themselves in whatever culture that they deem fit. But the problem to me is that I hate to see a man like cape for women overseas. It's like they red pill for black women, but they'll go overseas and cape for another woman. And I think that's a big part of the problem. Like you can't, or it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense to cape for one and disparage another. Especially,
I mean, again, I mean, the whole thing about
okay, that's a very good that's a very good perception, Sister George, and that's something that came up on other panels this weekend. Here's the thing: if you're in a culture where no one will shame you and call you a trick for providing for them, because there are women here, particularly black women, who will call you a trick to your face and behind your back for providing for them.
But you know what it is,
I think that right quick, that discourages men more than anything.
There's some dumbass bitches. They're gonna just do
they are. They are. And I love them. So
you know what it is? I honestly feel like if you do too much too soon for a woman without that woman having done anything to deserve exactly what you're providing, that woman will see herself as in a position of being over you because she hadn't had to do anything for you to provide for her. So if you provide something that for a woman that's not deserving, she is going to look down on you, and it will be a thing of like, okay, why is he doing so much for me when I haven't done anything to deserve? And a lot of women don't really feel like they're deserving right off. So my advice to men is not to give too much too soon.
Okay, so no matter what, there is a culture of shame, and I hear what you're saying, Sister George. You basically are explaining why men are skittish about providing for you, and they're less skittish about providing for women who don't really feel the same way.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
No, that's exactly what it is.
Well, is this a case study, or have this actually happened? Somebody, some woman actually calling you out on that?
No,
it hasn't.
No. Well, I'm gonna tell you like this, Game Changer.
It hasn't, but it does, and it does in the West. You know, I mean, you kind of learn from how they treat others.
But I don't think it's a thing with women overseas. Because if you give anything to somebody, if you give too much to anybody too soon, there is an innate thing
like that. And I don't even think that they have a equivalent word for that, unless it's in the realm of prostitution. But it's not as likely. It's very common here, and it's most common in the Black community, and it's also most common where it's done for trinkets. I shit you not. Like, you know, in the Black community, they'll do that if you buy them a soda. It's kind of weird. But in the white community, you know, in the white community, okay, let's put it like this. If a man was to find a white girl and if a white man were to find a white girl, hold on right quick, Ty, and you know,
get out of there.
Take her to a trip to, you know, Milan, you know, and sightseeing and everything on his private jet, and then take her back. She's not gonna say, "You trick ass nigga." That's something that's very unique to, you know, and like I mentioned before, it stems from our close-knit relationship with prostitution culture, from, you know, because of our impoverished history in the Black community. That's something that's unique, especially to the extent that Black American women do it. And the men. It was also men that were calling me that. So it happened here, it didn't happen there.
Yeah, it's men riding you in the comments. So I mean,
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and that's how niggas are. And Jonathan, you mentioned the stupidity. Well, no, Jonathan, you mentioned the stupidity that comes from with a when a woman shames a man for providing for her too soon or what have you. Men suffer from the same stupidity, particularly niggas, but men in general suffer from the same stupidity. So you ever meet a nigga that comes to you and brags on somebody who provided him with sexual pleasure? This hoe ass bitch sucked my dick. Nasty ass bitch. Like, what the hell? What's wrong with you that you feel a need to shame somebody for having sex with you too soon or otherwise? And if you ever wonder why somebody doesn't fuck you in the future, because you're a dumbass nigga that say shit like that.
So it's a reward of bad behavior. Okay, if a man flies a woman out to Paris, Milan, and let's just say she's disrespectful to him, and she comes and he doesn't do anything, and he rewards her, and he's steadily rewarding her without any repercussion, then that man becomes a trick ass bitch. And I don't really care what the race is. If you reward a woman too soon, or if you're rewarding a woman for her bad behavior, which a lot of men and women don't know how to set boundaries. So I think that's a big part of it. If you're
why would you assume that she behaved badly though, Sister George?
Well, to be honest with you, I'd be lying if I said that I haven't been disrespectful and a man has still treated me good, and that, it's fucked up on my end.
Well, but I don't condone that behavior. I mean, I believe that women should be submissive and men should be dominant.
Right, but
however, I mean, I don't think that a woman should default into belligerence. In a scenario I gave, the fact that her being belligerent or disrespectful or anything didn't come up, and
I do think
that's why he would take her.
That does show when you say, Game Changer, that we have a close-knit relationship. And I personally don't believe it, regardless of my personal beliefs on how that relationship developed. I think that it does reflect what you say about us having that close-knit relationship. Because even Danny was saying, and we do the nuance thing and we give our personal experiences, but because of her personal experiences and our close-knit relationship to the pimp culture, she kind of defaulted to the woman not being deserving of it in some way.
Right, exactly. So what I'm saying is, ladies and brothers, because I think it's stupid as hell to shame a woman for pleasing you sexually under any circumstances. Personally, we have to get over this trying to hustle each other out of pussy or money. We really do. And the unfortunate fact of the matter is, as a culture, to no fault of our own, in present generations, we have developed that. And if you're wondering why you see wealthy men who actually have this provider instinct and they're doing this to other cultures, it's because they will never get called a trick, or it's highly unlikely that they'll get called a trick.
No, it's just niggas. It's just niggas that get shamed for this shit. Asians do it. The Chinese in Macau, they fly out hoes.
I think every man of means would take a beautiful submissive woman on an exotic vacation. However, in the Black community, you would be called a trick by far too many Black women, beautiful or otherwise. And no one
game changer. It's only going to be amplified.
Honestly, with that reputation,
from the 20-somethings, that's the people that's 20-somethings right now. Right. It's going to only get amplified. The media reinforces that. The music reinforces that. So it's going to get amplified. So this hyperbole shit, I don't know what's going to give, because ain't enough dudes with $1 million checks to be able to do this shit to every single chick out there.
And Concrete Rose and Sister George, I hate to say it, but this really, really, really sucks for you. And when I say you, I'm talking about Black women in general, because basically what you have. Okay, so imagine a situation where guy meets girl, wealthy guy meets pretty girl, happens all the time in every culture, right? Extraordinarily wealthy guy meets extraordinarily pretty girl. However, if she's a black girl, this man, whatever race he is actually thinking that less is more when providing for her. He's actually thinking that less is more. And if he want to get into her good graces, he actually has to do less. Now, later on, they might be saying, wait a minute, how come you did this for Becky and you didn't do this for me? He's not going to explain it to you, but that's why. In order to get your respect, he actually has to do less. That is a reputation that's a very difficult one. If you wonder why, females of other cultures are being provided for more, it's because of that.
So
it's because of what you said, Sister George.
Would y'all say that women of other races, because to me, it kind of sounds like an appreciation thing.
It's definitely an appreciation thing.
Okay.
I mean, it's a respect thing. Like, think of it as a point system, like, oh, okay, I buy this woman some pizza and I earn 2 points. I buy this woman some pizza and I have positive 2 points. And I buy this woman a pizza and I have negative 1 point. That's kind of what you're working on.
Hmm.
And again, as I said in the beginning, what you will hear, the story you'll hear over and over and over and over again from all the brothers who explore their options with women of other cultures or overseas, is that it's just a better value exchange. I mean, when listening to this for like the last 5-10 minutes, I mean, one of the problems here in Western society is it's so superficial. So over there, or when you deal with other cultures, yeah, it's money, but at the end of the day, it's just money. What a lot of these guys, including myself, what we get in return, it's got nothing to do with money. It's not super official. You just get a much better experience, and this is like well past beyond the whole sex thing. You just get a much better experience. It's just a better experience, man. And I mean, I know it's easy, and it may come for some people to think that it's about money and you're buying this or buying that, but it's well beyond that. It's well beyond that. If it was just, it's well beyond that, because I mean, you have hoes here too. You can buy hoes here too.
I was thinking the same thing. Why travel for it? If that's all you're looking for,
because it's not about that.
Locally.
Exactly, because it's not about that. It's not about that. There is something about dealing with cultured people that is different, even if it's not, but even if it has nothing to do with sex.
How do you consider them cultured because they're of a different culture? If you're going to hold on.
Okay, if you go, let's say, sisters, if you guys go to like Cancun or Mexico, or you go to Chichen Itza, you go somewhere to go look at some pyramids, and you're in these places, and you're around cultured people. It's just a different vibe. It's just a different vibe.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the natives. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more welcoming, and it's not just limited to Latin America, Dominican Republic, just anywhere to where there's culture is just a better experience. And American blacks are broken people. That's just a fact. They're people that don't have any culture. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Don't start.
It hurt me, bro.
Damn.
I mean, it
we all listening to these like
that. Quick, Cream. What he's saying is that we have a very unique history, and it bore a very unique culture that's not in sync with the rest of the world. It runs contra to anything productive, including family. So that's what.
Thank you for breaking it down.
Yeah, that's what he means to say. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so I mean, and again, I mean, having you sisters travel? I mean, have you guys been in other cultures?
I have.
All right, well, cool. Then you know what I'm talking about.
I misunderstood your point. That's once you kept speaking, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
All right, cool.
Any other comments about the topic? Go ahead.
Let me answer Mr. Research. He asked me about the 2-party, 3-party thing. I think that if you was to have a union with a woman, it should just be between you and her. I don't think the state or the government or any other entity should have a say in that.
Agreed.
You know?
Yeah, me too.
But you know what? I think look, check this out. I'm red pill to the core, bro. Trust me, dog. I'm there. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I still rock with women. If I find a woman that's on my program 100% to the core, you know what I'm saying, fully vetted, ready to go, you know what I'm saying, can only add and add on to what I'm doing and what I got going on and my goals and my vision shit, bro, I'm taking her on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I understand it though, like how rigorous that process has to be. But I mean, you know,
But being
I'm
red
not.
pill doesn't mean that you're done dealing with women, right?
No.
To the extent of I'm gonna take this woman on and 100 and like pretty much provide for her, take care of her, like yeah. That's not the same. The situation is not going to be the same.
So I like Sister George in on this. If she can chat it in, type her answer in the chat room. But do you feel that modern feminism has hindered your ability to be a valuable wife, or to be? Do you think that modern feminism has made Black women less worthy of marriage?
Yes. Being that a woman was able to go out and make her own money and secure her own spot to stay, to make a lot of decisions for herself without having to depend on her man. Like I said, especially once you get a certain age, me being 40, it was hard. It's hard as hell for somebody to come in, especially in today's climate. It's hard as hell for a woman to go back to really listening to somebody, because she's been able to provide it for herself. And so if I'm able to provide it for myself and I have my own everything, and a man comes in and tells me that I need to do something a certain way to his liking, I think that it really would depend on the couple, but I think it's absolutely harder because of feminism.
Let me just drop this a follow-up question. I'm not directing it to you.
Wait. Let me add on real quick.
Hold on. Wait. Let me go and get this in. And
go ahead,
George says, I don't know your personal situation, so I'm not making an assumption. But to your statement, yeah, you know, being 40 and having made your own decisions, yada yada yo. My question is, was it worth the trade-off? Because there was a trade-off.
You're saying that as if though, like, we've been indoctrinated to this whole modern feminism mindset, and like it permeates every. Actually, I was watching a cooking show today, and it was like some feminist talking points. Like it's everywhere, so it's almost hard to escape it. And being that we are sent to the white man's schooling, it was a part of the culture almost. So it's not like we made a conscious choice to.
So you feel. Hold on.
That wasn't a period.
Most sisters were unaware of the trade-off.
Cream, stop talking.
No, he can go ahead.
Game changer. Call back. So you feel as if most sisters were unaware that there was a trade-off
during the time that the indoctrination was occurring. Yes, I think that in hindsight you understand it, but it starts at a very young age. We're children when we're starting to be indoctrinated with all of this these ideologies and the agendas being kind of pushed upon us. So yeah, I mean, we realize at 6 years old what it is.
I think that with us was really a choice of survival, and people don't really put that into perspective. When I listen to people in these spaces, women traded their men for survival, and I feel like there's a lot of resentment from that. But I think it's because of survival. So if it's on me to survive,
But not
Hold on,
not as
hold
far
on,
as
right quick.
feminism. Like that's
Hold
more of.
on, right quick. Let me get the mic for a second. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Bullshit.
Well, her comment, I think that doesn't necessarily
Survival.
pertain to feminism,
Survival.
though. That's
Oh my
more
God.
of like a government
People have
agenda.
survived. Black people have survived in greater poverty through lynchings and all kind of fucked up shit well before this new wave of feminism. You know, it wasn't about survival ever. This was about relationship leverage for some, and one just having a plan B. You know, however, it was not about survival. There was never, whatever you did to eat and have shelter each and every single day before feminism exists is what you would do after. Come on.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Somebody would
That's what I was saying earlier, man.
So are y'all really sitting up here saying if a woman had a choice between one set of life, like this type of lifestyle, versus this type of lifestyle, which is a better lifestyle? Do you really think a woman is going to choose a lower version of a lifestyle?
Yes,
right. So wait. This is why
you guys are acting as if
no. See, no,
it's not a lower form.
That's the superficiality I was talking about.
Both of us are 40 and younger. Feminism existed. Like, we didn't have a choice in it. We weren't here when feminism was ushered in.
No. I
agree. So that's what I'm saying. It starts young.
This is what I'm saying, though, man. If you're gonna take a woman on,
but we didn't have a choice. No, that is complete and total bullshit right there.
How do you have a choice as a child?
No. What I'm saying is we had to do it to survive. That's some bullshit. That's like these niggas, these niggity niggas that be on the block. Oh, I'm on the block because I had to feed my please. You're on the block. You're fucking
right. But see, this goes back to what I was saying, bro. If you're gonna take a woman on, bro, you can't be on this 50-50 shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Because any type of pushback, she gonna start weighing her options immediately.
Correct.
Exactly. That's unrealistic to try to do a 50-50 joint with your lady, because she ain't gonna respect you.
Facts.
You know, it's best for the man to be able to do it 100%. Matter of fact, it's more.
So for a woman to respect a man fully, he has to be taking care of everything as far as the finances go. 100%. Is that what you guys are saying?
Well,
yes, that's part of it. Yes.
Because I've seen successful women take on straight up dusty ass Pookie and Ray Ray,
but they control them.
Okay, I mean, if you can't take care of a woman fully, you should be pumping and dumping.
Game changer, what were you saying?
If he's young, then at least show competent towards that direction.
Okay, so let me ask these sisters a question. Sisters, I mean, these ladies a question. I mean, how do y'all feel when you guys see? I'm not sure what city you all are in, but how do you feel when you see like these, for lack of a better word, lower class Latino families, and you can kind of surmise by what you see that they're not middle income, they're probably lower income or whatever. Mm-hmm. But I mean, the wife is still there, and she gave him 2 kids, and it looks like she's pregnant with a third. I mean, how do you feel when you see these Latino women in America that are still by these guys that are that are doing landscaping work?
Yeah,
daily. I mean, how do you feel?
What I believe is, there was first of all, I'm in Atlanta, so I see it, and I recently lived in Gwinnett, so I saw it a lot.
I'm in Cherokee.
But what I think about that is that they are in a position where they still need each other. So I think that the dynamic is different.
That's some hellified thinking.
I think that the dynamic is different for them.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, Concrete Rose, because basically what you're saying is that, well, right quick, Concrete Rose. Basically, what you're saying is that it's not a matter. It wasn't a matter of survival. It was a matter of a woman came into a position where she no longer needed a man, and decided to take that option. But
where they felt they no longer, because the government stepped in.
But if she really wanted to survive and was really serious about being and she was really serious about being in a submissive role, then she would have took the first generation immigrant poverty route. It wasn't that option was on the table for every generation. They just took a different one
agree.
because
I'm
it
just
may have been more
asking
feasible.
regarding how I
Concrete
view it
Rose,
and how I think, where
you
I
just
think
proved our point.
the differences between these immigrant
But you have to
families.
understand what's indoctrinated into Black women as soon as they.
I do understand that.
So
but it's a matter of
it's a hot mess.
It was a matter of indoctrination.
So let me survival. If you have a Hispanic woman, and a Hispanic woman is taught to rely on her man, to let her man be a leader, and you have a Black little girl who's told you better get it for yourself. You can't rely on these niggas to take care of you. You better make sure you have your education. You better make sure you have
Who
your.
is saying that?
I agree.
Who
No, they are
who is saying that though?
No, Ty City. Ty
was
City.
saying that to
She's
the little
saying that
girl?
mindset,
I
not maybe they were told.
No. Obviously, if people are saying that,
you guys are gonna have to go one at a time because we can't.
I know. That's primarily framed. But Ty City, let me answer your question. The people who saying this, and I addressed it earlier, are boomers. Boomers say this shit, and ladies, they fucked y'all up something fierce because from what you just said, it would be in a man's best interest to get with a Latin woman, and that's just based on what you were saying because
I got one better. I got one better.
No. There was no period. There was no comma. So y'all see what it is. Y'all see what it is that does that. These chime-ins, So, once they set y'all down to that path, other cultures, not really other women, Sister George and Concrete Rose, other cultures became far more appealing because you're right. They were taught to depend on their man and follow their man's leadership. And any man who chose to be a leader would prefer. What the fuck is up with y'all?
Dude, wrap it up though. Let me get it.
No.
You got to go 3 minutes. Let's get to the point.
They're gonna be like, oh my God, these feminists are trying to run their panel. Oh my God.
Oh man. Okay, so now, okay,
Hey, Preem, fall back, Preem. Relax, Preem.
Yeah, Preem. This is Preem's MO. Preem,
and I'm next, Preem. I'm next, by the way, Preem.
What? Y'all hurry up, shit.
No, be patient, motherfucker.
Nigga, you hurry up.
The elevator's on the 12th.
No, my phone's about to die on the cool, man. I just want to make a quick point.
Stop beating the door like a goddamn jackass.
Doing volume.
Go ahead, game changer. Because who is that? Someone.
Yeah, my phone about to die, man. These niggas killing me, man. Okay, now I'm gonna make this real quick. The scariest part about that whole narrative is that the men have accepted it. And when I hear certain guys on these panels say, the reason why the women act like this is because they aren't our women, and they've just accepted it. And to me, I'll just be like, damn, bro, like you. And then they're in this box where they have to deal with women that they have accepted as not their own.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, that don't apply to me because y'all know how I get down. All fine women matter, but.
Okay, so Sister George, I just want to say this.
All right, y'all, I'm out. Peace.
All right, peace.
Thank you, Tassie.
Thank you.
Thanks, So, Sister George, I want to say this to your last point, as far as the whole indoctrination that young Black girls are groomed like this, and this is why they all end up like this. You're wrong, and I'm about to tell you why. Because if what you said was true, then how do you explain that 70% of the children that these sisters are having, they're having it out of wedlock, and they're not financially prepared to be having these children out of wedlock?
Yeah, but you have to understand now, if you have a system that says, okay, you need to take care of yourself, you need to take care of yourself.
Exactly.
And then these women become pregnant. Are we gonna sit up here and lie and say that women?
Yeah, that's just poor mating.
No. My whole thing is they aren't. If you guys are saying they're indoctrinated, that's impossible because they aren't following through with that indoctrination.
Yeah,
if that indoctrination is get your education, go to school, get your own house, get your own car, do what you can for your own survival, then why are so many of them
indoctrinated, but their innate sexual desires take over, and that still does not, they're still having unprotected sex, and as a result, they're bearing children.
So are they indoctrinated or are they not indoctrinated? Are they
They're
indoctrinated
indoctrinated
to
to believe
follow
that
this
they don't
path to
need a
get a
man.
degree, get a job, get a house, get a car? Because if they are, then why are they having baby after babies in
They're
poverty?
indoctrinated to believe that they
Well,
don't need a
you
man.
know what? Another factor of that, and I've talked about this before. If you came from a certain lifestyle and you have low self-esteem and you don't have self-love, you are looking to fulfill that void in whatever way possible. And one of the easiest ways to fulfill that void is through your children. So a lot of women will have children just so they can feel what it's like to really be loved. And in like all the fucking logic goes out the window as to how to provide for them. And so a lot of women make do.
I think
There
it's
wasn't
more,
logic
for
there to
me, I've
begin with
seen
in the
that it's
first
more
place, is all I'm
about
saying.
just irresponsibility. Women being
Exactly.
irresponsible with their wombs
Yeah,
and not
true.
making, responsible choices. And they,
And,
they're having unprotected sex and they're not thinking about the ramifications of that. And boop, you're pregnant.
yeah,
Just being
and
irresponsible.
and again, my whole thing is everything is a trade off. So those women who did that, they made the trade off, just like the sisters who find themselves in their late 30s, 40s, and 50s. They can't find a man because they don't know what it's like to be with a man, how to be a woman to a man. They made a trade off. They traded off how to be a high performance woman to their boss and how to get the latest car and how to keep their hair in their face. That was their trade off. They went the sex in the city route. So many sisters nowadays that in my age group, they went to that whole section in a city phase. They're high for performance women, but their growth got stunted as far as how to be a woman to a man. And then now they're trying to circle back around, but they don't have nothing to go in and offer. Shout out to Shirley in the chat who came up with the word I was trying to grab earlier, which is intangibles. They are completely ignorant on the intangibles that actually matter to a man. They think the car, the BMWs don't matter. The 3,500 square foot house does not matter. The fact that you can eat out downtown 3 days out the week doesn't matter. It's the fucking intangibles. And yes, these brothers will get on a plane, go overseas to experience that intangibles because you can't buy it. It's like that American Express commercial. You just can't buy it. You can't put a dollar figure on it. And these sisters are baffled. They're like, man, I make this money. Look at my house. Look at my BMW. Look at my Benz. It doesn't matter.
I do have to say though, it seems as though the grass looks greener on the other side, and it's one thing to go on a vacation and be able to have fun with someone, and it's a different, to actually have to live with them every day.
Exactly.
I think that some people just envision women of other cultures as exotic, so it's something that's new, and that's what's enticing about it.
And as far as me, I don't pass judgment on any guys. The guys who go and do the whoremongering thing, their life, their world, don't give a fuck. They should not give a hot damn about what anybody else's think. I respect a man's right to live out his truth and a woman's right to live out her truth. Nobody was knocking females when they would go to Jamaica for those yardie boys. If that's what they want to go ahead and do, go ahead and do it. But for me personally, that wasn't my thing. Matter of fact, that little ass clown, C Boogie called himself calling me out.
Why you gotta talk about him on here though?
Well, I talk about him. Why not?
Go ahead and make your point.
That was it. So yeah, so like he had the nerve to go ahead and like call out because he knows the lady that I'm dealing with in Colombia. She's a 40-year-old attorney, but to these little ass clowns,
is she a single mother?
No, no, her daughter's grown. Her daughter's an adult, and she only had one child.
She's still a single mother. They said I'm still a single mother, and my children are adults and in college.
But yeah, but again, she is a single mother because her husband died. So what?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't make a difference.
And again, we are talking apples and oranges here. And oranges here. So a single mother in the U.S. is not a single mother elsewhere. But I say that to go and say that is that that the average guy like that ass clown would think that, well, why aren't you over there dealing with a young 20 some odd year old little fun time girl? Those girls are free. They're readily available. They're a dime a dozen. They're always going to go ahead and be there. But me, I purposely chose to deal with someone that was smart, that was very resourceful, because I was playing the long game down there. So to your point, C Rose, it's not about just going there for a fun time or on vacation. It's about going there and actually establishing a footprint, which I'm 2 years in on doing. So, but again, I don't begrudge the guys who just want to do the whoremongering thing. It's their fucking life. It's none of my goddamn business.
Seek your happiness.
So from what you're saying, Preem, and I kind of noticed this too. The person that you mentioned is not in a point in his life where he is looking to settle down. And from what I understand, the lifestyle that's being promoted is predicated on getting as much sex you can while spending as few dollars as you can. Now, your lifestyle is more in line with traditionalism, where she plays a submissive role and you play the dominant role, as well as large portion of the provisions. So, and the responsibility that comes with leadership. It's two different cultures that we have in the Black community, and the one that Preem has is a very new one, which is why it's under such scrutiny lately.
Let me try to share something that nobody's talked about so far. So after about an hour, 50 minutes, some things have been said the same thing over and over again. But I think for the ladies don't understand that the Black male community, when it comes to this particular topic, and you guys displayed it, you have three different conversations going on. You have the young boy, I only get power between her thighs conversation. You got the family people conversation, and you got the world travel conversation. None of those are unique to just the Black men. So a lot of times you have to define who are we speaking of when we say these certain things. Number one, Jonathan brought up a good point earlier. Not everybody able to do some of the things that many of these gentlemen have talked about. And we got to be honest about that, because the title of Black Women Worthy, let's be honest, there's a lot of dudes who cannot even lead a white woman. There's a lot of dudes who cannot even lead a Chinese chick. I've seen dudes go to Russia and complain about the Russian chicks are not all over them. So when you talk about Black Women Worthy, yes, the title would have been better. Do they understand what it means to be a wife? Because going back to y'all earlier thing when you guys said that, going back when you guys said earlier about how the whole thing of submit. Okay, so submit is that translation of the biblical term, the religious. That's where we get it from. And somebody said it correctly. You cannot use submit as it relates to ladies unless she's taking on every dynamic of leadership, even the bad results. The problem that a lot of guys here in America have is that you have a lot of ladies who want to be leaders or want to be perceived as leaders for the sake of girlfriend approval. But once their ideas backfire, now they want to go back to 50-50. Now they want to go back to 40%. And nobody wants to operate like that. Let me get these last 2 points. Jonathan also brought up about the legality. While I respect a lot of people who have popped on and popped off the channel, if you're not from America, you're not going to understand this conversation, really, because not being from America, it's like if I go live in Japan. I can float in and out of Japan. I don't care about laws. I'm just there to maximize my whatever I'm here for. But in the same breath, and this is why I said y'all having three different conversations, just because you go to another country and bust the nuts everywhere doesn't mean you're respected amongst the men. Just because you travel and explore your options, as was said, doesn't mean that you're building anything for your son. So this is why I said we're having three different conversations, because it's hard for a person who's not from here to understand the whole law dynamic. Women here in this country got out of control because of what Ronald Reagan did, period. Ronald Reagan gave them three law policies. Yet, and I'm about to wrap up, so somebody else can speak. Yet, people will talk as if the laws don't matter. It don't matter to a person that's used to going from place to place to place to place. It
Right.
does matter to people who are here trying to establish family and legacy.
Yep, good point. I agree.
30 seconds and I'm done. It sounds good to say, hey, let's go over here, let's go over there. But you've had people go get killed because they didn't have the numbers. They went as a solo person thinking I'm just going to sit up here and do blah, 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 blah. Next thing you know, they killed or in jail. It's about numbers, and it's disingenuous for us to have an hour and 50 minutes about these three different levels of conversation when it all comes down to this. In this country, women are out of bounds because of the laws. If dudes are not changing the laws, then great, don't participate. But at the same time, you can't complain because that's not a calculated man's position. That's a man who just wants to complain. That's all I wanted to say.
I just want to say this about your first point. Hold on one second before y'all divulge into that. I just want to say one quick thing about his first point because I know what y'all about to do. I don't think most women want to take on every aspect of leadership, even those that say that they're leading. I actually recently was listening to something and I heard a woman telling her partner that he needs to follow her lead, which was kind of funny to me. But I just want to say this. Leadership requires, the leaders are required to protect the family. A woman is not prepared to step in front of a bullet and potentially lay down her life for her partner. That is a role that he's expected to fulfill. And a woman can, desire to be a leader, but that's one aspect of leadership that most women are not going to want to take on. And I'm done.
All right. So, research, what was the reason for bringing up the existence of men in the world that are incapable of leadership of women of other culture? How did that relate to the topic at hand? Research, are you there?
I'm sorry, say again. I was dealing with my dog. Say again.
Yeah, no worries. So you brought up the fact that some men are not capable of leadership of women, foreign or domestic. What was the purpose of bringing that up with the topic at hand?
Because we're having three different conversations. You guys have covered that within this hour and 50 minutes. Matter of fact, if somebody has said it 7 times.
Right. If I may understand properly, what you did was enter an existing conversation that had 3 tiers, negated the validity of the 3-tiered conversation and presented one of your own. Is that an accurate?
As everyone here has done.
Really? How so?
Yeah,
I mean,
everybody has pivoted and spent on each topic. That's how we got from the title to this.
No. I don't think anybody came in, devalued the current narrative, and
then
presented their own. Right, quick research. And the reason why we have 3 tiers of conversations is because we didn't discredit the previous ones and then present one of our own. If you want to add a 4th tier, by all means, but please don't discredit the previous ones.
Now, here's what's happening. You're trying to tell me how to have a conversation instead of speaking to the issues that I raised.
All right, well, let's do this. I would like to continue one of the tiers of the conversation, deaded or otherwise. Now, George and Concrete Rose, I think at this point we all can agree that feminism was a bad thing for Black women in particular.
I agree with
women in general. Yeah. And it's made you less desirable than you would like to be for marriage. Unfortunate but true. Especially now that men are considering international options where women are less influenced by the curse of feminism. Now that you know that it's not you per se, it's something that was done onto you. What would you like to see changed? And what would you like for the collective of women, what I call a sisterhood, do to see these changes enforced?
To me, I think Black women have to get themselves together collectively, mentally, so many of us have experienced a lot of trauma, and we've taken this trauma with us through every relationship. We've never properly healed from a lot of things. So I think a lot of it has to do with getting the inside of themselves together.
This is important. What I'm about to ask you, and what would that rehab look like?
Let me answer the
what would that
question really
rehab
quick,
look like?
Green, before you do that. I agree with Danielle, and I also think another very important aspect is Black women being educated on the effects of feminism and how that is played out. Because I think that we need some understanding, and in order for us to be able to and address the issues, we have to understand how it manifests itself.
Right. That's a good point, Concrete.
Yeah. And that's that. Thank you, Concrete, because I know I come off as harsh, especially on the ladies, but really that's what I'm all about. I'm all about it. Like, look, I don't really attack y'all directly. It's like, y'all been, I'm against boomers and feminists all the way, not necessarily against females who were born into the world that the boomers and feminists created. So, I mean, yeah, I want y'all to know that, you're not acting your natural selves, and your natural selves, we as Black men, and I don't think anyone would disagree. We love y'all natural selves,
Yeah, I agree. And who was it? Complex said something about, and I wanted to ask about that. He was talking about, I think himself and his wife.
His wife.
And he was saying how basically their roles in their relationship was, natural in and of itself. It was like basically her kind of giving in to her true nature. You know what I mean? Which resulted in her yielding to and or submitting to him, but it wasn't something that had to be discussed. It was just her in her natural form.
But that's because, and he spoke about that before, but that's a lot because of her being a more cultured person, which on this show and many shows I talked about flag nature. If you have a flag nature to be about how you were raised and or your brotherhood, you're more likely to stay in line. Let me give you an example.
What is flag nature?
So flag nature, we in ADOS do not have a flag.
Okay. Cultural flag. I got you. Okay.
Right. So in England, they were allowed to be educated. In the Caribbeans, they were beat, but they were allowed to know which country they came from. America was unique to all of those things. And this is why a lot of people born after Clinton and who just got to the country don't realize we are a mix mash of different things. And we don't know which cultural aspect we come from. If we have
feeding that dog, man?
No,
he's crying, poor baby.
She's on timeout. She just messed up my yoga mat. But if we're both from the Congo and we have a falling out or we have a baby, that cultural flag has more of a likelihood to where we can work out some commonalities where she don't run to the government. But then she doesn't really have a government in Africa. So therefore we have to, or a child support system. Let me be clear. She doesn't have really a child support system. So therefore we have to come to some understanding. Well, the same thing is true when you see a guy sit up here, have a bunch of babies, run over to America and say, I'm brand new. All my kids is back in Africa. Now I can do what I want to. There's a mishmash of situations going on. And Complex's view was he didn't have to do that, but really that's a jewel to the woman you pick. Really, that's a step up from the fact that you vetted someone who has that capability. Too many men and women don't do vetting. So they don't have so they looking at stuff like, okay, her breasts look nice. She should operate this way because I'm not beating on her, hitting on her. No, it's more than that.
We know it's ironic because I think it was here last night or the night before. I was on Art Nutshell panel and he had two women. And don't take this the wrong way, you ladies, that were like the diametric opposite of these women. These two ladies that were on there were mothers. One of them, I think, had like 6 or 7 kids, and they're saying
Probably Asada.
they're purposely, intentionally, with their daughters, preparing them or have prepared them to be wives. Yes, they're still going to go to college. Yes, they're going to get degrees, but they're preparing them to be a wife. So you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Let me answer Mike V's question about why does feminism only pop its head when with black men, but not with black men and white male relationships. So going back to this flag culture, and this is my theory, going back to this flag culture, Kunta Kinte was not respected on the plantation. Massa wanted her to fall in love with Chicken George. Chicken George was shiftless and wouldn't give Massa no problems. Kunta Kinte would probably kill him in the night. So
that's dangerous.
So what Massa did, he created this colorism conversation so that he can freely leave him, his daughter, and one overseer to watch over this 30, 40 black people. And that they would just go at each other constantly. Because one of those colorism issues was the fact that he has 2 or 3 daughters and sons, biracial, running around the plantation. And, you know, that whole thing. So that dynamic works for him. How it works like this, Mike V, is that white males are seen as financial power. Black women in ADOS are more likely to bow down to financial power. We males who have financial power, we see this all the time. When I have more financial power or equal to my woman, I have hey, Concrete Rose, I don't have to do that. And if you keep it up, I'm out of here. And it throws her off so much, just like a white man. To where
they have more options. You guys have more options, and you're not afraid to exercise them.
So for the first time, like a white man, Mike V, she's in a situation where he's financially dominant, and she needs to respect it or go back to the humbug that she's dealing with. Same thing with when white guys meet a lot of these black women, they give them standards up front. Black men don't, because they come from the plantation thinking of Chicken George. Let me just boogaloo. Let me just get some rims. Let me just wear something colorful. And girl, I want a bad chick. Girl, I like a boss. These are things you won't really hear in the white man understanding, because he's constantly financially dominant, even when he's a stick in the booty white man. He's financially dominant to where he could tell a woman, hey, I'm gay, I like you, and if you don't want to deal with it, cool, I'm out. And that's different for her, because she doesn't have a lot of black men that are financially dominant. That's why the white guys get it a little bit better.
Okay.
I got it. Oh, Danny, I think Mike was asking for the link in the chat too.
Let me drop that down.
I agree with pretty much. I agree with Mr. Research and what he was saying.
I do too.
I'm not sure who asked the question, but I agree.
Yeah, and let me just elaborate while the other brother comes up. It comes to this, man. It's like and I respect brothers and sisters at their point, but we got to understand one thing, and I'm predicting this. I've predicted it on many shows, but I'm telling y'all, the children of 2030 are going to be disappointed by what's going on here, because the Pakistanis are going to remove every black person out of America. The people who are traveling, they're going to enjoy traveling, but again, it's different when you don't have numbers. When you settle down and you're in Thailand, Germany, or whatever, and you're 40 years old, you better have some nice 40-year-old German friends that are going to support you, because it can be cool for 8 years. One day, everybody says, hey, we from Sweden, and we don't like the fact that you're here. I saw it happen in Russia. Russia does not like Africans, but they love African Americans. It's a weird thing. Russians don't like Ukrainians, but they'll tolerate the Gypsy Romanians who are darker than the Ukrainians. You got to understand, everybody listening, it's about numbers. No matter what our opinion is, you'll be like Sandra Bland, stuck with nobody to support you, and you thought you had hot girl magic all that time.
So what?
Wait, what?
We just experienced?
Mr. Research?
No, it came close to making sense. But what we just experienced?
Didn't you just devalue what I said? It came close to making sense. See what you just did? Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead. About Sandra Bland.
She said it didn't make sense at all, and I'm trying to clarify it for you, brother.
No, she didn't say
the part about Sandra Bland.
She didn't say it didn't make sense. She didn't say that, sir. She didn't say that. No, she didn't.
Oh, my mistake.
No,
right,
you added that. You added that, sir. But go ahead, carry on. I'm just letting you know that I see what you're doing. It's good.
Okay. Well, my apologies. I thought she said it didn't make sense. All right. So, because I understood it. Here's what I understood. There is a passive aggressive intention behind what was said, and that is to discourage and create boogeyman tales about traveling in passport bros and people who look to find a different type of happiness abroad. It's the one day in your sleep, foreign men will come and attack and lynch you. Now, that could happen here, by the way, with local white Americans, at any given date and time. But we want to perpetuate this fear. We're fear-mongering against brothers exiting the country. The same thing was done when Marcus Garvey talked about his out.
Right.
Except that time it was done by white people. But now we're doing it on our own, and for a very clear reason that I want to explain. So you can look this up. You could Google it. It's called the 5-monkey experiment. And basically, when you have a superpower, in this case, humans, the superpower place a bushel of bananas at the top of a cage, and then they place a ladder to said bananas. So the first time when a group of monkeys, when the first monkey attempted to climb the ladder, they poured water on them. And then the second time, a different monkey tried to climb to the top, they poured water on all of them. And then the third time, one of the monkeys tried to climb up, but the other 4 jumped him. And then they removed the mechanism that poured water on the monkeys. Now, they took a monkey out and replaced it with a fresh new monkey, one who has never been doused with water. And then when he attempted to climb the ladder, the other 4 monkeys jumped him. Now, they continued this process until there wasn't any monkeys that was drenched with water in the cage. However, every time a new monkey comes in, they would jump him when he tried to climb the ladder. So my point is that the process of keeping Black men to stay on the plantation has been instilled into us. And even though the enforcement of that is gone, we impose this rule on ourselves, which means
that's why most Blacks in Black America are fucked up by their parents more so than they're fucked up by any white man. Their parents fucked them up more.
Yeah,
because of the conditioning.
It's a process, right? It's a continued process that is the end result of being in the cage and having consequences to positive actions. Every time we build a Black Wall Street, it was burned. Then the assumption is if we build a new Black Wall Street, it would again be burned because that's what happened. Even though the enforcement mechanism is probably long gone and very likely long gone, we're still skittish about building another one, foreign or domestic.
Well, now that we said that 4 different ways, shout out to the brothers in the chat room who agree with me. You got people who overseas and you've experienced the same thing. I don't care which lane you choose, whether it's mine or the anti-mine version. But one thing is true. I lived overseas for 4 years in several countries. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking from something I read from the safety. Okay, I said I've lived overseas for 4 years in several countries. I'm not talking about something I read from the Safety of America.
Fair
I'm
enough.
talking about what actually happens to some people living abroad when you're by yourself and you don't have numbers.
Deal with it.
I
Deal
want you, gentlemen. I know y'all had mic time.
Yeah,
I want you, gentlemen, to travel. Please do.
I do.
Please do. As the brother said.
I do. But Mr. Research, let me ask.
Okay. Can I finish?
Stop it.
Sir, can I finish? You were kind of long. You were kind of like 6 minutes long. Can I finish? Okay.
Go for it. Yeah.
So I want you guys to travel. I have no problem with that. Okay. I don't want you to stay if you don't want to stay. Matter of fact, move to Montana today. Okay. But my thing is, gentlemen, let's not get only in the fantasy that will correct any and all issues you may currently have.
That's all in your head.
All right.
Gentlemen, hold on. I want to understand something, gentlemen. When you guys take this long time to speak and you say the same thing 6 or 7 times,
I'm quick.
It appears that when someone else speaks, you want to dominate the mic. At what point in time do you want to share? My topic is share. At what point in time do you want to share the mic?
No, it's not my intention, Research, and I apologize if I made you feel that way.
Because, brother, you did talk for quite a while saying the same thing.
I did.
Different ways. So let me just finish. I'm gonna put myself on mute so you guys can go back because you guys had an hour and a half talking. Golly.
Fair enough. All right. Well, let's
anyway. Here's my last point to the chat room. I have more of a
question. Oh, go for it.
Here's my last point to the chat room. No matter what you guys choose, I just want you to have 2 ways of thinking about this. If you go do what you do, please establish some lineage, some way to protect you, some mechanism where you increase your numbers through friendships or what have you. Because when you're out solo, there's a lot of things that can happen. But go ahead, gentlemen.
All right. That being said, did something happen to you violently in the 4 years?
Game Changer, after you finish, we want to let Mike get in because he hasn't had a chance to comment.
Actually, no need to answer that question. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I've been in several fist fights overseas.
God. Come on.
Have you ever been in fist fights in Oakland?
Game Changer, you just told Mike to go ahead. Now you want to get into this exchange. We want to hear from Mike. We're on the topic.
No. I just want to say, what's the difference?
Oh my gosh, y'all so petty.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
All right. Hey, peace to the panel, peace to the chat.
Hello.
Thank the breakdown for having me on. So I just wanted to reply to Mr. Research. So the point that I was making in the chat was that the relationships between Black women and Black men and the indoctrination of feminism always, seems to have some kind of mission creep into the relationship. But when it comes to the interracial factor, though that sort of feminist indoctrination doesn't seem to present its head there in those relationships. And I can speak from a family standpoint where I do have several family member women who are married to WMs. And what I find is that there is a disdain for brothers that doesn't exist with other groups of men that when they engage it. And I see it in the manosphere as well. You see this sort of pushback against brothers who may be upwardly mobile, especially ones who claim to be SYSBM. And so what I'm saying here is that the idea of our Black, the topic, I think it's are Black women worthy of marriage? We're trying to we're trying to partake in an institution that doesn't exactly work with our culture. And so the idea of marriage is about 2 families coming together and bringing their resources together. But when you talk about that in the Black community, you're talking about someone who's coming from a deficit point, usually a woman, and you're asking men who have themselves together to partake in this sort of relationship. This is broken from the jump. So I don't know. Go ahead, brother.
Let me ask this question because this is good for everybody to hear. I could be wrong. Mm-hmm. Don't you think that maybe there are success stories on the higher upper level Blacks and maybe the mid Blacks as opposed to the mid and lower?
Yeah, I think you can say that when it comes to like power couples and whatnot. But what I'm saying here is if you look at the rates for marriage in the Black community, you see that it's some of the highest divorce rates.
Well, I've never seen. I research for a living, and I've never seen these Black divorce rates that people claim. I've seen it on people's blog site, but I've never seen the Department of Justice support any of these Black divorce rates. The Department of Justice holds all the filings for divorces, and the way they do it is called remarry. So I've never seen this, and I you know I respect you, Mike. I've never seen this Black divorce rate thing supported by the Department of Justice. People are always putting it on their sites. I've just never seen it. The other thing I will agree with you though, Mike, is that they'd have this disdain primarily because, and that goes back to my Kunta Kinte philosophy. I believe a lot of women were told by great grandma or sisters or aunts that they should dominate men. So on that part, I agree with you. And I think it's something that the white woman put in the minds of many Black women to be antagonistic toward Black men. The cure for that, Mike, you and I know this because we are warriors. I respect you as a warrior. Is just to be our dominating self. You dominate your field, I dominate my field. And even though we get these women who are professional, they do carry that anti-Black male philosophy. It's a little different when you go up the scale. Like when I go to political dinners, like I went to one with Barbara Lee, and you'll see these power couples as you described it, and it's a totally different dynamic than what we see in the mid and the lower. But I yield to Mike.
Yeah, that's not to say that the divorce rates have to be reflected within the statistics. But what I'm saying here is you can see I think in like 10 U.S. cities that have an excess capacity of 100,000 Black people, 80% of the homes are actually run by women. There is no man in the house. And to me, that's an overarching cultural issue where we want to include marriage from a traditional standpoint into a non-traditional. It just
how do
doesn't
they
seem.
quantify if a man is in the house but they're not married?
I shouldn't say census. How can they quantify it?
Census.
Yeah.
The census will take that because they do come by and they'll ask, who lives here, right?
Plus on top of that,
do not fill out census. Like we
well,
don't
plus
even
on
answer
top
the
of that,
door
women
phone.
file.
Well, in order to get resources in most of these cities, especially blue states, you have to actually list down who's there on the.
I've never in my life completed a census.
And a lot of women file concrete roads when they file for their assistance or what have you. A lot of them put down
put down that there's no man in the house, of course.
No, the idea that there's somebody physically there to receive mail, a male is not there. He's not there.
Okay. Well,
that's how the numbers work. That's how the numbers work.
I just want to say that those are not true statistics, because if someone is living with you, but you are getting some sort of assistance where they're not supposed to be, they probably receiving mail at their mama house or elsewhere.
Okay, but here's the problem.
But nonetheless, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack the conversation.
No. Here's the problem, though, because it's good that you raised that. Filings are more concrete to the government than mathematical statistics. So even though what you might be saying is true, your demographic of women do themselves a disservice by filling out paperwork showing their negativity.
Right. I agree. I just wanted to point that out, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Which is one of the things Game Changer would tell you. Hey, look, kind of y'all do it to yourselves when y'all file that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
good point.
Nothing that can undo that.
Right, and that's how they were able to measure last year. I think it was either 2019 or 2018 that the household income per capita between Black women and white women was substantially different.
Mm-hmm.
Because white women tend to get married at an earlier age and Black women tend not to, right? So they tend to, just have a child, but they're not actually married. So the income between the two is going to be starkly different. And so what I'm saying here is overall, and I was trying to make this point, is that they're bringing something into the relationship that is not necessary, which is the feminist aspect. When it comes to Black women, white male, they don't do that. They seem to drop all of that stuff immediately. And in fact, if you go on Amazon, there's a book written about swirling that specifically tells you in the first chapter, tells black women in the first chapter to drop the attitude and drop all that that part of the culture.
Yep.
If you have this conversation right now, people will pretend that doesn't happen, and it does happen. So that's the point that I was just trying to make in the chat, that black women know exactly what's wrong, and they know exactly what they're doing is wrong, but they're going to persistently do it anyways. They're superimposing their views onto brothers, and that's what's turning brothers away, and that's what's driving this whole. That's why it's been a conversation.
Let me ask you this question though, Mike, because going back to this thing about remarry, white guys remarry 4 times more than any other American male here in America, according to the Department of Justice filings. So with that said, do you not also think that the power of the white man to just bounce and leave and give you a bag out the door, kind of like Robert De Niro did? Yeah, I've been with you, I've enjoyed you, but it's time for me to get somebody newer and better. How much you need? Half my fortune? Here, take that. I'm out. I'm gonna get that again anyway.
But that's
do you think that also applies to it?
I don't think so. I don't think that's who they're marrying though, right? I think Soledad O'Brien has a channel on YouTube. She talked about this some years ago, that black men tend to marry within their academic and their tax bracket. So in other words, brothers who have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees are also marrying other women outside the group with the same criteria. When it comes to black women, they tend to not marry up. Right, they're not really marrying up. They're kind of marrying in the either lateral or on the reverse pattern. And
why are they not marrying up?
I just don't think they're part of those networks, bro. I don't think they're part of those networks.
I do think though we have to be careful about statistics too, because some statistics that I hear quoted in this space are like self-reporting. And they can be misleading. Even when you think about, I know there was a statistic quoted regarding like the wealth of black women or lack thereof, and how it'll be at 0 and 20 something odd years or something. Like most of the studies used in that article were self-reporting studies. Like black people are not going to be upfront with their wealth or any assets that they have that are not documented. Now, I'm not saying that black women don't have a problem with spending, and we don't have issues regarding our financial state. However, I just like some of the information that is constantly brought up in this sector. We should scrutinize it a little bit more.
Well, I'm not saying it's the ultimate factor. It's one factor, right?
Oh, no, that wasn't about your comment. I'm sorry. That was an aside. My apologies.
Right. And so the point that I'm making here is, to answer Q's question is, why aren't they marrying up in that capacity? I think one factor for the interracial part is that they don't have access to those networks, right? And the other factor here is that the brothers who do have themselves together also have a lot more upward mobility, so they tend not to be available to those sisters too. And so sisters tend to marry down at their own detriment. And you see that a lot in not the manosphere, but in most predominantly black areas. I grew up in the 90s where Howard Homecoming, Hampton University. I know who some of these sisters were getting with when they were in college. Who was getting knocked up, who was getting involved in crime, who was carrying the guns, who was carrying the dope for those dope boys, who using their dormitories for stash places and turning the dormitories into trap houses and stuff like that. I was there at that time, so I know exactly what some of these sisters were doing back then, and they don't want to come out and come clean and say, "Hey, this is how I lived my life back then. This is why I'm in the situation that I'm in now." They don't want to connect the dots in those areas.
You know what? That's something the women should really get together, a panel of women, and discuss this one topic without switching to a different topic.
Right.
What is it about the lower level Leroy as opposed to the higher level dudes? Because all I ever hear from women is, that don't mean he a good man. Well, what is Tank Top Tony?
we kind of addressed that in passing. We talked about it. We touch on it from time to time, but I think like in a nutshell, it's about being able, like It's about Black women's
Control.
insecurity and them being able to control him. I've seen Black women who are intimidated by a man who is successful and doesn't have a need for them because he has more leverage at that point.
I've seen that too. And that was a very good question, research. I have one for Mike V. Did you hear the exchange earlier about how in the Black ADOS culture amongst the women, there is a comfort and disrespect that goes along with calling a man who provides for them too quickly or too excessively a trick. There seems to be a visceral disrespect. There seems to be a visceral disrespect for men who provide for them, coming from Black women over any other group. Do you think that that discourages men of means to be with them, and perhaps that's why the wealth ratio is skewed amongst Black women?
Yeah, absolutely. I heard a fraction of what you were saying earlier. I kind of switched devices, but I got the gist of what you were trying to say. And the men who had that, those means, have more to lose going into that relationship, and she has a lot more to gain. And I mean, let me put it into perspective. GC's grandfather leaves a house in the will for you. She comes in, said girl comes into the relationship with nothing. She decides to go left on you. That nice asset that your grandparents left for you, now that becomes her property now, for all intents and purposes.
Sure.
But isn't that regardless of race?
It's regardless of race, but in the Black community, you can't really. You're always, when you're trying to talk about building wealth, you're always starting from zero or from a negative position.
Mm-hmm.
And so no man who wants to, who has himself together wants to go into something that has a high failure rate. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to him.
Right.
I agree.
Especially in this 2020 dynamic, when 20 years later she done dated Mike. Mike done went ahead, had a family, and now she's able to go file for free with the state attorney that Mike did something back in 2020. And now Mike and his family got to come out the pocket.
Yeah.
5 years.
27.
Even if she's found not guilty, the DA will say, well, I'm not going to prosecute charges against her. It ain't like this is England. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, but even
7% of your income goes to child support. That's how they go. So you make $100,000, that's $27,000 a year she's getting tax free.
To Mr. Researcher's point, most of the women doing that are not Black, but also I understand your point, and I know that the requirements for a civil lawsuit are far more lenient. I think have to have a preponderance of the evidence to file a civil lawsuit versus a criminal trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but to the topic, and I don't want to spend too much time on it. I need to get off the panel. To the topic, a lot of those women who are not married and are they worthy of marriage, they don't talk about what they was doing back in the 90s. And I'm talking about the Gen X's. You and I, and even Game Changer, we're all Gen X's. I know what was going on back then.
All I want to do is zoom.
Yeah, I know who was getting picked up, on campus with the Escalade and the Navigator. I know who's catching those STDs, and no one can really figure out who it was because, the HBCU couldn't track down who the student was because the person that was giving it to them wasn't a student. He was off campus.
And Mike, let's not talk about all the babies made the first 5 years of Freaknik.
Oh, yeah.
So, Mike, are you implying that because of that, or like how does that relate to Black women not being worthy of marriage? I guess I was just trying to.
Because there's a criteria that Black men have in that position that I think a lot of sisters just fail at. They can't reach the bare minimum. So if we're talking about having a C average on your report card, and all these women are coming with D's and D minuses, you're going to be SOL.
Right. And I totally understand your point. I just want to say that you know, I want men to be aware of the fact that if you are traveling abroad, you know, you don't know what this woman's past is. In addition, other cultures don't do quote unquote slut shaming, and I'm not, you know,
men just care about the past of other cultural women, so we don't care.
What? Okay.
No, I was just
we don't care about the past of other women outside.
I'm saying though that while you think that the grass is greener on the other side, that you also have to be aware that, you know, because we're talking about the past, you know, women who were from, you know, raised in the 90s and the type of behaviors that they were engaging in. What is the 90s, 20 years ago too? So I want you to just also be aware that no matter what woman you get with, that you're running the risk that you don't know about her past.
Okay, well, Concrete Rose, let's. I think I must say this, and I hate to say this. The grass is most certainly and definitely greener on the other side.
Oh my gosh!
And not even a little bit. We're
okay.
talking.
And how do you determine that?
Well, by the influence of feminism. Look at the influence of feminism.
Okay, fair enough. I won't push back on that.
Land. If you salt the land, then the grass will, if it grows at all, will not be as green. They have very little salt on their land. Now it's you know, getting there. However, it's nowhere near where it is here. This is ground zero. It's much greener.
Yeah, and I have no argument for that. That's fair.
Yeah, you could get with the greenest grass, like Complex Design did with his departed wife. You know, you can get with the greenest grass here, and if you're a very fortunate man. But you know, the grass is greener there. To researchers' point, however, it may not be as green as you expect. I do think that the legends are sometimes exaggerated, often exaggerated, and it may not be as green as you expect, but it is much greener than it is here.
Well, and I agree with you, but I think to the second half of your point, because we've talked to men who have met their wives abroad, and you know, they move them here to the States, and then everything changes too. So you know,
they bought the grass here to the less green lawn. So of course,
but that's what comes with the territory, Concrete. That's what comes with the game.
True.
But
I mean, I'm
not the women, it's the culture. You're bringing you're bringing the plant into bad soil when you bring them here. It's the
But then again, that goes back to leadership again, though, gentlemen, because if you're able to sustain your situation outside where you met her, you should then therefore do that. Bringing her back to bad soil without any type of contractual or no type of way to protect yourself is a bad leadership decision. Let me also say, going to C. Rose's point, this is why I tell people all the time, Black women are not the number one purchaser of bestiality sex toys. Bestiality sex toys is a big business. They wouldn't keep making these darn things. And you got to remember, the bestiality dog sex toy is smaller than your average Black man. But for some reason, some of our European friends keep purchasing these things in the millions. It is a unique paradigm. Now again, that's not to shame you. That's disgusting. Research. Put down a documented fact.
I don't know how that can not shame a person by accusing them of bestiality.
No, it's not accusing.
We've insinuated that Black women are filled with STDs and everything, and nobody cares about them being shamed.
Are you saying that will be shaming too if I were to bring that up?
I guess you're saying the only thing we can do is say positivity things or positive things because
no, not at all, brother. Okay.
Because it's a document.
I'll fall back. I'm not. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to pick on you.
No, it's not that. No, not.
All right, let's have a clean slate, and I'll fall back on that because I don't have a dog in the fight. Because I'm not.
Yeah. Well, I have a question for the panel too. Once y'all wrap that up too.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to. Go ahead first,
Miss
Chaos, and then I'll
Research,
come
when you
in.
talk about bestiality sex toys, you talking about the sex toys that these women indulge, like sex toys? I know you're trying to be
Dildo, horse
PG.
dildos, dog dildos. It's a million.
I never even heard of
Oh,
such, but
okay.
Well, see,
Okay.
that's what I'm
You're
saying, C
talking in
Rose.
code.
That's what I'm saying, C Rose. I've lived overseas. I've lived in Romania, France, England, and the grill. And when I tell you that over in Europe, now I was there during the 90s by myself, no military. I was in music. It's very weird, some of the stuff you see when you live there as opposed to visit there. And before the internet was created, they had bestiality laws. Matter of fact, you don't want to believe Mr.
Yeah,
Research.
I know that.
I just want to say for the audience, you don't believe Mr. Research, type in bestiality law Sweden, bestiality law Germany, and you'll see they just ended these things 2010, 2005. These so I'm not telling you nothing. I mean, even in Cuba, some of the little boys who are poor,
you know,
they
no, it's not funny. It's real talk.
But you need to
I
know
don't know how we got here.
But you need to know
really
because we're having this conversation though, because it's factual.
Yeah, but it's left from our black women worthy of marriage.
And I want to get back on topic, so I do have a question. So I think that the consensus is that collectively, black women are not. It seems like most of you agree with that. But my follow-up question is, what would make, or what could black women do to, in your eyes, be quote unquote marriage material? Whoever wants to take it first.
They have to embrace it. I think that that you two ladies, even though I'm pretty sure you are, and you have the husbands and fiancés to prove it. However, I do think that you have taken the first step in doing that, and that is renouncing feminism and renouncing the sisterhood as a bad thing. That is the very first step. The second step would be to embrace your feminine side and then go from there. Now, the unfortunate thing, because it's so ingrained into Black women's society, a lot of Black women who do this find themselves alone. Because a Black woman a woman without a sisterhood in general is only going to be in the company of men if she has any company at all, which is not a good thing because she is of sexual value. So it is a very lonely path. However, there is a reward. You will be more valuable in the way that men value women, and as a result, you would be more worthy of marriage.
I'm gonna say something similar to what GC is saying. The sisterhood has betrayed Black women. Notice the sisterhood is more Ku Klux Klan toward Black women than supposedly men are. Let me prove it. Why call you a pick-me just because you want love and romance? Why call you a mammy? Why shame another sister? Sisterhood wants to shame you because they want to control what you want as far as love, and they don't want you to honor who? These Black guys. They want you to honor anything else but these Black guys. So sisters attack sisters. Look at that, C Rose. Who wants to be part of that? Where sisters are coming to sisters, you mammy. Well, if it was really about sisterhood, wouldn't it be more loving? Oh, sister, I'm glad you found somebody you can do that for. But no, it's not. Sisterhood, that's the first thing, is understanding the sisterhood. Look, the same way I understand the brotherhood ain't as strong as I want it to be. Okay, as much as we talk, it ain't as strong as I want it to be. I can't rely. I can rely on Mike V to get a job, but there's certain brothers I can't rely on to keep me protected the way you sisters can. The second thing is, I would be married right now if women had the ability to self-check themselves. This thing where it takes a Black woman specifically so long to realize that she's going against the team, that makes people not want to participate. And I yield the mic.
Excellent.
Good point.
You know, The only thing a sister could do at this point, if she wants to get married, you do the best you can. You're going to have to be supportive, and I guess keep your attitude to a minimum, and just be loving, and you should be good. I mean, it won't be perfect, but if you do those three things, I think you'll find that man, that will put a ring on it. I mean, there are some out there, but you're gonna have to search right now. Cause right now, a lot of black men say they're not gonna take the marriage, so you gotta work hard to find who's in it.
Yeah, I don't want to reiterate what Game Changer and Mr. Research has already said, but I just came from the continent. I just came from Rwanda. I was in Kigali for about 10 days, and the thing that I like most about being there and what I noticed is missing in the Black community here is that women are constantly in their feminine energy, no matter how impoverished they are. You saw women walking around with baskets on their heads and, have to walk 2 or 3 miles back home. They were humble. It's good morning, brother. How are you doing, brother? Good afternoon, brother. Good evening, brother. You don't really see that here. It's a very sort of relationship that they seem to have with brothers here. Whereas over there, they're well spoken, they're well mannered, they're always in their feminine energy, no matter what the space is. Even in the elevator, man. I have no idea who this woman was, but the way how she just presented herself, how you doing, brother? Is there anything I could do for you? Things like that. I think she worked at the hotel. But the point of the matter here is this: that feminine energy is the bare minimum that needs to be met. And I don't see sisters actually doing that. They're leveraging their education. They're leveraging their access to corporate America against brothers. Mr. Research and myself has talked about. In the past. Yeah, Mr. Research and myself has talked about this in the past.
I've seen it.
Sisters don't hire brothers; they kind of work against brothers.
Lock them out. Mm-hmm.
Yep, India, Pakistani will look out for this. It's just one of those things where the relationship is so adversarial that it's almost impossible to build a relationship or even talk about marriage as an institution. So I think if women actually got into their feminine energy, like the women from the continent and down in Latin America, I think then you would see a bigger difference in how brothers approach them. Let me go.
And can I just take 30 seconds to say what a Mike said about how the sister, even though she worked there, hearing that femininity, it's like for a black man who has achieved something, it's like Niagara Falls in the middle of Syria.
Yes.
It's like, Jesus Christ, this is what it sounds like?
Yeah.
It kind of makes you excited, Mike, and then you be like, oh, she probably work here.
Brother, I was so mad I had to come back home, man. I was going to do a live stream about
Wow.
Yeah, I was angry, man. I did not want to leave, man, because it's the whole environment. It's not just 1 or 2 women. It's the whole environment. It's like that. They're all like that.
See, and to me, hearing you guys talk about this as black men, like, I'm conscious. So hearing you talk about that, but the feelings that you were able to feel by experiencing that from a sister is like just heartwarming. But at the same time, it's kind of gut wrenching because I'm like, dang, what are we, I don't know what could be done to wake black women up. And that scares me.
Well, look at the movement, and they're about to get the story.
Mike, please. Can I go, Mike, please? Thank you. When I was saying that the grass is greener on the other side, Mike Mike gave an example of that. The grass was definitely greener in Rwanda than it is here, and that's poverty and everything aside. But once again, even the most visceral, even Obsidian, even like the most visceral, the staunch people who speak against black women, don't hate you. We just want y'all to get rid of the salt. You get rid of the salt, and it's no hate. I mean, the soil is the same. It just got feminists came and they put a little salt in your thing before you were born. And,
a lot of salt.
Yeah, a lot of salt, and but I mean, it's no hate. I mean, he's in Rwanda, just enamored by phenotypically very similar women. It's not.
It's insane.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, so I hate to say it, but and we all were. if you were a player in the 90s, you was indoctrinated with the feminist ideology too, because you're taking advantage of the free love aspect of it. So I was duped too, so don't take it personal. I mean, I was looking to
I definitely
good point,
don't.
Game Changer. That's a good point.
Yeah.
If we had the Jimmy Carter laws, black women would be totally better.
I had something I wanted to say too about this. I had 3 things I wanted to talk about. Number one, you say like, what can we do about this? And I think it's like these type of conversations and kind of crowdsourcing the information, getting in the books and trying to get to really understand what happened. Because what I see, as a black man and part of black male identity, especially if you're from the inner city, we have these narratives, and part of these narratives is being a real nigga from the streets. And a lot of us do a lot of dirt while we're young just to kind of fit this narrative, right? Well, we're all aware of that for men, but what doesn't get talked about is this script, this narrative for women. And this redemption story for women is, well, when I was younger and I was real sassy with men and I rejected men, and I had the kind of sex I wanted, and then they were these niggas were no good, and then I ended up getting pregnant by one of these niggas, and then I went to college and I got my life together, and then when I got older, I might have had a kid or two, and then I settled down and got married when I was in my late 30s or 40s or maybe even 50s, right? And this is embedded in the culture. See, it's not like people are necessarily making all these individual choices on their own. Yeah, we do have free will, but part of it is just cultural. And so I think that's one aspect. Another thing I wanted to talk about too is Mike V was saying that black women don't have access to, maybe upper tier, upper crust men, and so they kind of fall back. And I think that's true to some degree in some areas, but out here in Oregon, where I think in Portland it's maybe 7%. Maybe that number went down because you got a lot of people migrating to Portland. It's like 5% of the population is black. So 2.5%, 2% of the population is black women. All the other men are non-black men, and black women still don't date out, and they still have low marriage rates with black men here. So I think that again, that kind of speaks to the culture, and I think part of this is what this says to me, and from my experiences, is that it's not a question is if black women are they worthy of marriage. My question is, do black women truly want to be married? And I think that's part of the narrative. It's not like women, a lot of white girls, as soon as they get done out of high school or they get out of college, they're really starting to think about marriage. They get their career started, they're thinking about marriage. And black women they do it, they have the kids first, they get the career first, then they want to get married. And I think that really hurts it hurts black people, but it's something that never really gets discussed. And then BGS said something too, man. I thought this was real powerful when he talked about the Klingon mating strategy. And I think this is a real rub. Like what's his name? Minister Jeff. He talked about this. He said, make black women nice again, like Bagna or something, like an offshoot of MAGA, make black women nice again. And so, I went to school in an integrated school. I had friends that were bused across town from the black neighborhood to a white neighborhood. And so we got an experience of being around black girls and being around white girls. And the difference is profound in the way they treat you. It's like, why are you so mean? Why are you so mean? And BGS calls it this Klingon mating strategy where they beat you on the head, cuss you out, and expect you to chase them because they want to get with you. And it sounds funny, but it's extremely true. And if you've ever seen the difference, like if you ever been around other demographics, guys who've traveled or lived in different neighborhoods and dated out, you're like, no, there is a big difference. But see, I don't think black women understand that difference. And then if they do they, what are you going to do about it? And so those are just my thoughts.
Well, thank you so much, Truth. We're getting ready to wrap up. Does anybody have final
We have
thoughts?
a new person. Is it silent?
Chief Lamont, my bad.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello.
What's going on, panel? Peace to the chat. I'm good.
What do you think about our topic?
You're probably not gonna like.
You could chime in on anything that was discussed.
Yeah, sure. I kind of jumped in here at the end here. Just got home, kind of cleaning the crib, but interesting discussion. But you're probably not gonna like my answer. And that answer, unfortunately, is nothing. Black men have already seen too much, man. Like, basically what happens is,
so nothing can be done, you're saying. Oh. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you've gone too far past the Mason-Dixon line, man. Like, if you jump into the ocean, right, you're going to go so far down that it doesn't matter how fast you swim up, you're never going to reach the top on time. Okay, the time that you could fix it was probably 2 years ago. Our women have been extremely arrogant in abusing their men, and black men have even put up with it until the last year or two. All right, it's now basically it's almost like when you watch the movie, and the villain is beating the shit out of the hero, beating him into his death, and then finally at the last moment the hero finds a way to stick a gun in his face, and then the villain starts begging for his life. Yeah, I mean, you're only begging for your life, because now the gun is in your face. Analogy. Say what?
I said that's some analogy.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? So now you only apologize because now the gun was in your face. But when you had control on the gun, you would have honorably pulled that trigger and not thought twice about it. So that's where we are, man.
You know what though, Keith? I actually agree with that to a certain degree. My whole point is now, and I think Concrete echoes the same sentiment. Yeah, it might be too late for this generation, but at some point, it's still going to have to be some things that change. If we're looking at future generations in marriage.
And for Keith to say that's a good point, and I agree with that, Danny. But also the other point is we still have to look at most black men are still choosing black women. So if we can't change for those that have already decided to leave, okay, we get that. But why not change for the men who are staying within the community and make an effort to be the best version of ourselves in hopes that we could change things for future generation for the men who, for whatever reason are still, having relationships with black women.
I mean, the honest answer to that's the selfishness, man. I mean, at the end of the day, black men understand. I mean, I think in general, men are kind of coming to the conclusion that women just don't really give a damn about us, really. We're just
women
really
selfish. We're self-absorbed. We care about ourselves. Our needs come before everybody else's.
And so, we're honestly, most men, people call us simping and shit. But the reality is most men want to actually love women, man. We're built to love and protect women and drive through a wall for women that we love, man. That's the real truth. Men are very, very idealistic. The world has to paint men as these fucking savages. We're that too. But at the end of the day,
thing is, we know that because women are manipulative. We've manipulated men since the beginning of time. Women know that. We know our power. We understand that. And I take full accountability for what we do as women, but this is kind of a monster that fellas have also helped to create by spoiling women, by not standing up, by not saying enough of your stuff. And I do think that it's just going to get worse. Like the ideology that's being pushed regarding feminism and the agenda that's being pushed, it is more pervasive than ever before.
And if you notice, it's backing more and more men off. I'll look on social media, right? You see these conversations about social justice, right? And you see the conversations about even the movies, right? Where, Iron Man's a woman and Black Panther's a woman, the propaganda that's happening.
Right, it's ridiculous.
All that does is push more and more men away because men now can see the deliberate. They're basically waving their fucking finger in your
believable. Face. They want, whatever a man can do. That's part of it. Even like you said, it's crazy.
Men took it hard when you watch Star Wars. And Han Solo flies a Millennium Falcon. It's a real big thing. And and this machine is a very complicated fucking ship and very personalized. And then you see the little 17-year-old chick hop in the fucking ship and just start driving it, bossing him around his own ship.
It's not even believable that a woman could have that amount. Yeah, come on. It's just
And then what men see when they look at that is they think about going home to their wives and how they're smart, capable men, and how their wives just boss them around and treat them like complete fucking idiots. You know, everywhere you go, you look at, and then you turn on the Kmart commercial, and then, you know, the dude's trying to screw in a light bulb, and heaven forbid he can actually screw in a fucking light bulb without the wisdom of his wife. You know,
exactly that. And then you see even
everywhere you
shaving
fucking look.
commercials, like it's everywhere, you know. And it's like
he would probably cut his penis off with a razor by trying to shave if it weren't for his wife. It's just like, God damn. So once you see it, you really can't unsee it because it's every fucking where. Men are just tired.
You know the interesting thing though, that men are actually pushing back against it. That yes, women are being indoctrinated with it, but that men are rejecting it and resisting it. You know, that Black men are.
Yeah.
I think, you know, even men in general are rejecting that, you know, and that's why Trump is in office, right? And who would ever have thought Donald fucking Trump would be in office and Kim Kardashian and Kanye West would be taking pictures with him in the Oval Office? That's like a bizarre. Did you ever see that photo? That's a bizarre photo to see Donald Trump, you know, and Kim and Kanye together in the Oval Office like that. It should look crazy, right? And it reminds me of that book, The Black Swan, right? Did you ever read by Talib, The Black Swan? If you ever read it, it's a great book. And basically it just talks about how, like, the thing is, people thought all swans were white. They said, a black swan, that's impossible. All swans are white. Everybody knows that. And then all of a sudden they saw a black swan, and you know, and it changed people's belief systems. And he tells all these stories of things that just came out of nowhere and just boom, smacked the world in the face and changed the landscape of things. And so when I look at Black marriage rates or Black love and Black families, it's like, yeah, it looks like shit we're headed off somewhere else. But, you know, it could be a black swan event that brings us back together. Is that Trump? Is that maybe the election of Bernie Sanders? Is that a more conservative court system that starts with the Supreme Court and then matriculates down and then, you know, kind of reverses some of these feminist policies? I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that I'm not certain of anything. And so, you know, I trust me, I understand the hostility, understand the anger, understand the resentment. And I know that, like, Black women have proven themselves untrustworthy in relationships with Black men in a cultural sense. And I think a lot of that goes back and forth too, but I wouldn't be so certain that things can't change just because you just never know.
Right. Okay. Well, we're going to have final commentary. This has been a really good conversation, just very productive and eye-opening, but who's going to go ahead and chime in with their final comments next?
See, I'm not always an asshole.
I know.
Chaos, you want to start, or who was that?
Girl, if Chaos is even up here. Chaos be building houses and shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so who wants, Mr. Research, you want to do your final commentary on tonight's topic? Mr. Research?
Okay.
Yeah, he see, we up here by ourselves. Why don't we get Perfect in really quick for his commentary on the topic, and then we'll finish up with the final comments before we shut it.
No doubt.
I mean, the conversation's over with now, huh?
But you can still give your thoughts.
I mean, just on the subject in general, I mean, yeah, to answer the question, I mean, pretty much, it's one of those things, you know, look, if I had to come off the top of my head, I would say fuck no. And the reason why I say that is because, see, what a lot of people don't want to address when we have these conversations about, you know, Black men and Black women is that the women have taken on this attitude, this recalcitrant attitude or whatever, and made it a part of their identity. You know, like basically, you know, being antagonistic, being hard to deal with, you know, basically being fucked up towards Black men. They've made it a part of their identity, so much so to where, like, let's say if Danielle or Concrete Rose, now they're actually in a relationship where they're cooperative with their men, right? You know what I'm saying? They're going along playing the traditional role and stuff. You got Black women who will actually give them a hard time for that and say that they're not real Black women. You know what I'm saying? So there's that element out there. It's like that's got to be addressed because people are saying stupid shit like that. So you have a lot of people who feel like to validate who they are, you got to be that way. So it has to become the norm, or it has to become cool, I guess, for Black women to actually be cooperative. Because I mean, you can't have this antagonistic attitude towards relationships, this rebellious attitude towards it all, but then expect for dudes to be okay or want to marry you and stuff. I mean, it just don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that's you, not saying that's Danielle, but generally speaking, no, it can't be like that. But but overall, though, I mean, the good Black men, the good Black women, I mean, if they can find each other and make something work, that's cool, but statistically speaking, I mean, it's so fucked up out there that, I mean, not trying to tell nobody what to do, but, except for what's best for them.
I mean, one of the things that I kind of noticed where I kind of knew it was finally the nail in the coffin, where I kind of saw coming anyway, but basically the best that Black men can get is, okay, we'll give you that femininity. We'll give you all that shit. You just have to buy it. You just got to pay for it.
See, bro.
So
I just realized who you are. Oh my gosh, that's why he said I can be nice sometimes. Okay, yeah.
But you go from Black men see one extreme from I don't need you niggas to okay, if I'm gonna show you any modicum of respect, you're just gonna have to pay all my bills, and you cannot make that type of a fucking pendulum shift. And think unless you think men are just stupid.
And you know what's funny about that, bro? Like I was having a conversation with somebody recently about that, and it was basically about how men can't really expect quote unquote submissiveness from a Black woman and whatnot unless he's paying all the bills. Now on the surface, that shit sounds good, but I'm telling them, I'm like, look, bro, that sounds good and whatnot. You hear me? But the problem is that, see, the women are usually saying that shit as basically some sort of a cover story to do what the fuck they're gonna do anyway, which is to be combative towards you. Because see, if being 50-50 was all it takes for them to, have, I guess, the right attitude or to be cooperative with you, you gotta explain to me how come so many Black women are willing to get with this fucking PlayStation 4 playing ass motherfucker who has no job, who sits back eating her kids' Lunchables and drinking her juices. I mean, they're willing to be perfectly submissive to him now, even though she's taking care of him. You gotta explain.
Man, bro, I gotta shoot back against this 50-50 shit because it's a lie. All right. First of all, the 50-50 shit came from women because they wanted half the power. Well, they wanted all the power. But basically, that's what they weren't talking about, paying any bills. 50-50 concept came from women, right? Because they wanted to also have equal say in the relationship. That didn't have anything to do with a man paying the bills. That's the first point. Second point is, if you look out into the real world, most men are paying well over 50%. All right. He's paying the hefty part of the bills in general. Of course, not if you're dealing with some degenerate dude, but most dudes are picking up the heavy lifting in the relationship.
Yeah, true.
They're paying 80-90% of the damn bills while she picks up the small bills. So this damn lie about 50-50 is bullshit, and we need to stop that. When you go out on Saturday night, it's the guy driving the car. It's the guy getting out and pumping the gas while she sits on her phone, right? True. It's the guy that pays when he goes to the restaurant and pays the tip and pays for the movie. What? Come on, man. Like, we had these conversations online. Everything, man. The vast majority of relationships are not fucking women. Even women who are making money are being taken care of or having the mass, because most men are like, listen, I'm going to pay rent. I'm going to pay a mortgage anyway. So I'm not really losing anything as long as she's not really taking anything away. But meanwhile, she gets rid of her $800-900 rent or mortgage. You see what I'm saying? So a relationship for a woman to a man is a net benefit gain for her. And it's usually a net loss for men. And men are saying that net loss isn't worth it.
Let me add on to that.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
A quick shout out to DJ Knopf. We really, really, really appreciate the support. We really, really appreciate the support. So keep it coming.
Thanks, DJ Knopf.
We do. But I was gonna say, now the whole list that Keith just ran down, right? Now, contrary to popular belief, contrary to what you may hear in this sector a whole lot, now a lot of men actually don't mind doing that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men don't mind, taking on what do you say about 80-90%? A lot of men don't mind bearing the financial responsibility like that. But the only thing about it is, now it's not gonna be some shit where I'm shouldering the responsibility, but yet I can't even get some basic fucking respect. We ain't rocking like that. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing about it.
And basically what it is Glenn know when you're just trying to hustle me, man. It's not about me being a leader. You're just trying to fucking hustle. Hustle me out my pockets, man. Come on, man. You can hide all that behind traditionalism, but the reality is,
man, don't get me started.
I mean, basically, I think what I envision when I hear a lot of the ladies speak is they want to be like basketball wives, sipping mimosas with their girlfriends at noon while talking shit about their husband who's off at work, who ain't gonna be home for 5 or 6 hours.
You know what?
They want to be socialites, man. Like when they're talking about being stay-at-home mothers, I don't envision them wanting to be stay-at-home mothers because they actually want to be able to take care of the family and do all. They want to be stay-at-home mothers so they don't have to go to work anymore and they can sit and be paid for it, man. It isn't coming from a place of selflessness and wanting to be about a family. It's coming from a place of taking advantage, man.
Let's get Roger in here too, because he's the reason for this topic. One show.
Do you mind if I make one more statement?
I want to hear what he.
She breaking up. Oh no, because Keith brought up the word traditionalism, right? Now, this is another conversation I had recently with somebody on this thing. I'm like, look, man, the problem with a lot of women today when we had these conversations about marriage and about the roles that get played in marriage and stuff. Now, the problem is that, see, a lot of women had this thing, I mean, I don't want to single out black women, but it is what it is. The issue is that a lot of them had this thing where they want to jump back and forth to being traditional and to being, modern day woman and all that shit, right? It's like when either one is beneficial, it depends on which one's beneficial at that time. So,
right.
I mean, when it's time to fucking say, for instance, y'all live together and all that, when it's time for her to bring something to the table. Okay, now she wants to be traditional because that means the man got to pay for this. He got to do this. Basically, when it's time for her to roll up her damn sleeves and do something, you're traditional now. But when it comes to something that benefits her, you want to get a high-paying job, or you want to be able to have a certain kind of attitude, towards this and that. Or you're modern. You're a modern woman now. So that's something else that a lot of women gonna have to deal with. I mean, you can't straddle the fence, jumping from side to side whenever with one benefits you and one doesn't. Can't play that game.
But that's what I mean about we're all intelligent people. That is basic logic. So anyone who doesn't get that basic logic is a sociopath.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, because it's not hard to put 1 and 2 together.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. I wanted to tell y'all, one day I went into Starbucks and there was this soccer mom looking woman. It was around the summertime, but she let me cut in line and I got mad as shit because she looked like she had shit to do with herself. I just got the kids off the school. Now I was mad because I was like, damn, I'm unmarried and I want to be I wanted to be a stay-at-home wife and, educate the kids and shit. I was jealous.
Yeah. But did you want that when you were young and those feminists were in your ear?
Actually, to be honest with you, I really thought I would be married early. And when I was proposed to and the guy cheated on me and I ran like shit, I don't regret any of my decisions, but, I do look back at it and think like, I am 40 and unmarried and a single mother. So I do kind of look back at it like, well, damn. If I had made better choices, I could have been in a different situation. But, it turned out how it was supposed to in a certain sense. So I don't regret anything, but it does make me kind of look back at, like what my grandmother and my family was telling me. So.
Be honest, I think you do regret some things.
I regret not being able to not raising my child in a 2-parent household, especially when boys need a constant male guidance. So there was a regret. That's the thing that I regret, is because I'm a single mother.
Was the child, was it by the guy that had proposed to you that cheated?
No.
So when you and if I'm asking something too personal, let me know. All right, none of this is disrespectful. I just love to get some fucking insight to just kind of people's just why people do what they do. I like the psychology behind this. But okay, so when you look back, obviously it was a big deal. Okay, he cheated. I can see for a woman that's a big deal. Now you're looking back and say you're 40. If you were to go back now, would cheating be a deal breaker? This was a guy said, okay, I'm going to be your husband and protect you. Was he a guy that was pretty solid other than the cheating, or was he just an asshole?
No, so, he was actually pretty solid.
So looking back now on the cheating, right? Because this, I always have. I'll tell you why I'm asking this question actually too. But was that worth leaving the guy that cheated, but he did everything else right? And then now you're in that scenario. You obviously got with another guy that didn't work out. Did that guy you have a child with propose to you though?
He did.
He did. And did you want to say it at all? Why? I mean, or be vague, or why that didn't work, or?
A lot of it had to do with my my immature mindset. I was very, very immature, kind of simple-minded. Wasn't really
qualify that a little bit.
When now to answer your first question about the regret part, had I had a child and he cheated and let's say I didn't take him back after that, then it would have probably been more regret because the child had been brought into play. But
that's fair.
Okay. Being that happened, everybody moves on with life, but
no doubt.
As far as my getting pregnant and not accepting the proposal from my son's father, now I do kind of look back at that and not really I didn't look at the situation as being a long-term thing, as far as the single motherhood. And I'm not going to necessarily say I ever struggled to take care of my child, but children do come out better in two-parent households. And, when you see it from that perspective, it becomes a small thing of regret for me, because I did want to raise, it was actually a dream to raise my child in a two-parent household. But me and my son's father, we actually had problems like getting along. Like we didn't get along after the fact. And it was a lot of shit that I overlooked during the duration of our relationship, that I was so desperate for love and shit that I ignored a lot of shit. And then my own immature mindset didn't work out. And it's not a thing that's totally on him. And it's not, I take responsibility for my part in it as well.
That's fucking honorable. I mean, fuck, that's honorable. I mean,
let me tell you something, bro. Man, you know what? I mean, truth be told, bro. Now, see, what you just, in my opinion, from the way I'm seeing this thing, as simple as what I'm gonna say is, I mean, it has a big impact. I mean, the fact that she sat up here and ran off, her past story, and she actually admitted that if she could, she would have done something differently so that things didn't turn out the way that they did. Now, a lot of motherfuckers, man, who be in these same situations, bro, they won't even admit something like that. They won't even say, if I could, make a different choice, I would, I mean, obviously you can't go back in time and do anything, though, but it's still a learning experience, though. But yeah, most won't even do that damn much. They'll act like they made all the choices, but everybody else is fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
I'd like to respond to Fitness Mom in the chat if I could. So her and I think from a woman's perspective, because I'm going to give the brutal truth from a guy's perspective, but I can think outside the box. So I understand the viewpoint. So she says, breaking that commitment. She's talking about you. Was that sister, right? That was just telling your story. So she was saying breaking that commitment and his word is a character flaw that shouldn't be ignored. How can you follow a man that can't trust his word? He is a cheater. Which I get that. That's reasonable. All right. Now, my savage mind says, okay, maybe so, but she's 40 years old and she doesn't have a husband. And so you have nothing. So instead of having a man who does 90% right, and then you have this fucking character flaw, you have 0% of zero.
Right. Well, I agree, Keith. I think what's going on is the circumstances under which a lot of young Black ladies are raised too. So when making a major decision, like should I stay or should I go, in her scenario, you have to weigh the pros and the cons. And what happens is she didn't have a certain thing on the scale for the pros, like that family that you've seen with the soccer mom in the coffee shop and stuff. She probably grew up that way. So when she weighed the pros and the cons, she's envisioning on the side of the pros, she's envisioning the whole soccer mom future that she'll have, which you probably didn't put on the pros scale side. No. You just see on the concept, he's a cheating ass nigga, and you know it weighed the cons down without having a balance on the pros, like saying, you know, but I will be this soccer mom, and you know other people can cut in front of me because I have so much leisure time, you know, like that because you probably didn't grow up that way, that wasn't on the scale. And I think that's probably why that probably had a large impact on the decision.
You know, and what's crazy is my grandmother was still very encouraging, like, no, you don't just you learn how to be a woman. And, you know, I just found that interesting because I was making my own money and we were in the military at the time. And I just felt like, well, I don't fucking need this shit. I ain't got to put up with nobody cheating on me. But,
you know, these were on the scales, but your grandma's seen the future.
She did.
That you didn't see yet, you know, so that's, So no, I get why it happened. You know, there was a missing piece, and that is the future that you probably wasn't even told was a good thing and was reasonably available to you at 25.
I mean, and I'm also going to say something that you probably won't agree with. Actually, you haven't really disagreed with me today. That's a first. Let me just say it like this, because I like where Fitness Mom's head at. Listen, I understand that, but see, from a man's perspective, it's only cheating because you're calling it cheating. When a man sleeps with another woman, it's not cheating. When a woman does, it is. How about that?
Yeah, that's very true.
Hey, yo, can y'all hear me?
Men don't cheat, only cheating women. No, that's very true.
Can y'all hear me? I get off.
Men and women are different. Men are supposed to have sex with strange women. Women are not built to have sex with strange men. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, it's wrong.
You know,
I agree.
A big part of the problem, I think, in the Black community is the way that our men cheat versus the way other men cheat. Black men cheat with whole fucking relationships. They don't just go and get some strange. They want to buy the bitch stuff. They pay bills. They do all the things sexually, the same things that they would do with their wives. They do.
Who's doing all that shit? Who's doing all that?
No, but in fairness, though, that is not a black. That's not black men. That's men.
Yeah, that's more of a like 50-year-old CEO sugar daddy.
Who the fuck?
Successful men. It is known all over the universe that successful men have women on the side, except for in the United States. If you're Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, you are expected to have other women. Everyone around you in your society understands that you're the top 1% of the 1%. You're expected to have multiple women. It's only in the US everyone plays this game of pretend. We pretend like all these superstars need to rape these women. We just pretend.
That's a good point.
Like,
yo, can y'all hear me?
Everyone's just fucking dancing around, lying, and everyone knows the truth. You watch the news and it gets discussed, and no one is honest about it.
Yeah, Mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Gab, bro.
Oh, okay. Real quick, I'm gonna get off, y'all. I promise. I came up here to actually troll and shit, right? But y'all done fucked that up.
Oh man.
Y'all having good ass conversation. I can't even troll, man. Yeah, I couldn't. I wanted to get Keith and shit, Keith and Game Changer, man, but I can't get him.
What's good, Gab?
What's happening, man? What's happening?
Hey, cool, bro.
Yeah, good conversation, man. I want Concrete and Sister George, man. Y'all doing a good job facilitating some real conversations, man.
This is a dope fucking panel, bro. Thumbs fucking up. You know I am Mr. Cynical. This is no doubt.
Yeah, real talk.
Hey,
Nah, real talk. So yeah, nah, game changer, and everybody's been having like a really good conversation. So I'm a give a thumbs up for their facilitation of the conversation. So which is it can be difficult to do with this environment at times. So yeah, just congratulations, man. Y'all got something in the pot that's the right formula. So keep on going. I'm mad as shit. I'm mad as shit right now. I couldn't do what I wanted to do.
Goddamn.
Hey, and fitness mom, we understand it's about the fact that the partner lies. It's because men have to lie because we live in this society that's fucking you just can't say I just like this fuck strange hoes from time to time. Okay? It's not acceptable to do that. If it was, men wouldn't have to lie. We lie because we love you. If we didn't give a damn about you, we just tell you the truth and keep it pushing. I don't care how you fucking do.
Well, and also, at least I understand that it is they just don't want it thrown in their face. Most women understand the whole "don't ask, don't tell" because that's what it really is. Especially when you're dealing with a submissive woman. I'm not going to mention my relationship, but there is a silent "don't ask, don't tell," even though both sides may know what's going on.
And I know why, game changer.
Well, I mean, it's just the way that they feel, and also it's reasonable deniability to their friends who are, who don't embrace such things and would look down upon them for allowing such behavior. So,
but you're forgetting one component of it, GC. There's one component you're missing. It's all related to marriage, my G. Right? Other women in other countries aren't divorcing at 50, 60% either. So those other women understand that they're in it for the long term. See, here in America, the woman plans to divorce you and take half your shit. And if you have other women on the side, those other women can potentially have their hands in your pocket, hence taking money out of her pocket. That's why she doesn't want you to have other women, because she sees those resources being shared. The women in other countries understand that they're actually in the marriage to stay in the marriage. And so therefore the resources will stay in the marriage. So they're not going to try to hustle you out that money in 10 years. So they understand that you need to, get your rocks off to keep going out there making money and being the man that you are.
I think that a lot of women I know have actually stayed in their marriages where their man has cheated, but it depends on the type of cheating that the man does. If it's to a point to where it's disrespectful and you got the woman calling the house and the woman showing up and she's talking shit to you and acting a fool with you, and a man doesn't know how to control his bitches, then that's the shit that becomes an issue with a lot of the women that I know. But I know a lot of women who will kind of get a feeling of some shit being wrong, and they'll actually remain, because it's hard to pick up and put down, especially if the man is a provider and he's taking care of shit and he's handling his business at the house. It's when a woman is being neglected, I think, is when she might decide to leave. And then if the man has assets to where she can get half of, then it's like, you know what, I can take half of his shit and still be cool. But I think a lot of men don't really put any stock into a woman actually being heartbroken by the thing. So that's my take on
No,
it.
that's definitely it. I mean, sometimes a pretty lie is the truth to a woman. And this is something that took me years to realize.
Not true.
Sometimes. So that being the case, I think when the woman comes beating at the door and shit like that, it breaks the illusion. And also breaks the don't ask, don't tell, and plausible deniability when that happens. So that is a greater insult to what's going on in the situation. It is a fickle thing to deal with, though.
I mean, real talk. I mean, if I'm paying all the bills, not only am I'm supposed to get your submission anyway, but let's just assume I'm buying your submission. If I'm paying all the bills, I'm definitely getting strange vagina. Definitely, that's a part of that package.
But would you rather have face?
say, I don't have to rub it in her face. I'm just gonna go out and do what. I don't have to. I don't need to be an asshole about it. I'm just gonna fuck bitches in front. No, I don't think that's most men. I don't think that's most men anyway. Again, we put this 5%.
Yeah, Kobe's wife. Ask, don't tell. Yeah.
Most men get caught cheating. They're not dangling their fucking chick. It's usually him doing his best to hide it, and she doing everything she can to find the information.
Yeah, and when she does, like she said, because some chick gets out of line and it's in her face, there is that feeling, there's that broken illusion type, the whole policy is shifted. I knew, but now I know.
Right.
Type thing going on. So, no,
that bitch can't play her role.
But Ashanti Edwards says, these the men we supposed to marry. We don't want to marry you anymore. See, what you don't understand is this is the effect of the cause. Okay? You've created this monster. The American woman has created this monster that is now known as the modern man. We're faster, smarter, stronger. We go to work working on 3-4 monitors, answering phones, and writing reports. You're dealing with a new millennial man now. We're not our fathers and grandfathers. All right, that just laid down and got stomped on. You're dealing with brothers are doing it now. We have money now. We're getting around the country. Our dating options are out. Black men the whole world has now opened up to us in the last 15, 20 years. All right. So the whole thing is we've seen too much now. Yes, the grass is greener. Again, we have these conversations like Black men aren't out here actually doing this stuff already. We're coming back here and saying this is what's happening on the other side of that fence. And the other side is saying, if you go over there, no, we've been over there. You're not going to scare us. That's bullshit. You're arguing with people who never left Detroit, talking about what's going on in the UK. Okay,
Billy.
Well, let me take this in a slightly different direction, because I'm number one. I'm not going to defend any man that cheated on his woman. If you cheat on your woman, that's bad. Period. I can't say that that's good. But if you see the reaction of women, you see that they don't even actually care that the man cheat. Women care that it got exposed that he was cheating. They don't want to be embarrassed. So it's not about the cheating. It's about their image. Now my image is hurt because I'm known to have a man that's cheating on me. So women don't care about sleeping with a man that's already sleeping with somebody else, because that's what hoes do. Hoes have always slept with men that have slept with somebody else at the end of the day. Now, to answer the question of the show, are Black women worthy of marriage? The answer is a resounding no. How do we know this? Because they're unmarried. They are the least married women, and they get divorced more than anybody else. So if people saw them as worthy of marriage, how can that be the case? Because if you just ask that question, it goes beyond just Black men.
And plus, because some of them can't do math, like Ashanti, the average Black man earns $19 an hour. Most of you don't have passports. Well, the average annual income is what, $35,000? So $19 an hour is about what, $38,000 a year roughly? So that's above the national average. So again, you can't do math. When you're talking this stuff, you have to understand the world you live in. You need to get off of TV. Most people are not making $100,000 a year. I know you have in your head this 6 foot, 6 figure shit. Most people do not make fucking six figures. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. The average fucking American is not balling. All right?
Well, let's do this though. The average salary for a Black man, the last I checked, which was probably about 6 months ago, was about $28,000. The average for a Black woman was around $23,000. So we do, as a group, we make a little bit less than the national average. But at the end of the day, if Black women were truly concerned about those type of things, they wouldn't make the complaints they make. The issue is Black women aren't good people, but everybody's scared to come out and say it. No, it's just the actual truth.
Wrong, though? I ain't even having this argument with you tonight.
No. Every time I say this, nobody says anything to prove differently.
Yeah, I mean, it may hurt,
but you're saying it, but you're not proving it. But go ahead.
But I think all these conversations, Concrete, in all fairness, all these conversations that have been had on all these panels, and all the things that men have talked and have been able to bring to light about our women, it's not like we're just starting this conversation today. We're on chapter 196 right now. We didn't just start. So all the things that you've learned, you wouldn't call that shit bad. People, how it's been talked about, how children are used as weapons, and come on, man.
If I dive into that, Roger, no, he brings that up every panel, and I get triggered every panel.
but it hasn't changed from week to week. But see, this is the thing. When I say it, I'm not saying as a person that just wants to say something bad about black women. I'm saying with the information. How many reasons do I need to give you is the only question I would ask. And I'll give you that many reasons if I really want to go into how bad they are.
Go
It's
ahead.
just how many is it going to take?
Well, we are having final thoughts. It is now 6:48 here in Mississippi. I got shit to do. Concrete has shit to do, and I'm pretty sure you guys got shit to do. So let's wrap it up. And we'll be back Wednesday because I'm sure we're gonna have shit.
We'll let Roger finish his point, then we'll go into final thoughts from everybody.
Okay.
Well, this is my thing. They're not good people, and we can tell this based on behavior. Because even when you talk about marriage, they're the least married women. Now, there's no rule barring other men from marrying black women. It's not like everybody else sees them as such a commodity that they're marrying them instead of black men, because that's not happening. So the general public perception is they're not good enough to marry. And then the ones that get married, men are going to react to what a woman wants. Either he's going to say she's good enough to do it, or she's not good enough for me to care. So whatever that woman wants in that relationship, if the man is unwilling to give it to her, he doesn't value her enough to even keep around and say, I'm going to do it. Whether that's stop cheating, lose weight, get a better job, start a business, whatever it is, whatever complaint that particular woman made to her particular man, he said, no, he's not going to do it. You're not worthy of me giving this extra effort. And that comes across with all the stuff that's about black women being bad people. And when we look at the children they're raising, well, the fact that children don't respect adults the way they should, they're not educated the way they should, they're not dressed the way they should. Our girls are dressing like whores, straight up. You know what I'm saying? It's happened to me, and it's gonna happen to other grown men too. We done been driving around, spent the car around to go holler at a chick, and we pull up on her, and she 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wow. She ain't even grown. And we sitting there, why is a girl who's in high school dressed like a woman at the club? That don't even make sense. I should never pull up on a chick and she dressed like some hoe at the club and she going to school. So but there's a lot.
After he's done, can I make a really quick statement? It'll take me about 30 seconds when he's done.
You know what? And I'm gonna shorten this up since they got to go. And I'm gonna say this, because Concrete Rose, I got beef with you. Not a big one, but a small beef. No, because when I talk about black women not being good people, when you start saying what I said, you keep saying that I say all, which I've never said all, and you keep saying that they're inherently as if they don't have a choice in the matter. They're not good people because they don't choose to be good people. They got every ability in this society to be a good person, just like everybody else does.
We have to do a panel on this, or else when you do a panel about are black women good people, please invite me over, because we got to have a conversation topic specifically, regarding conversation specifically regarding this topic.
Of course. But understand this: when you ask me how do I know it, I'll give you a list as long as the day, and I'm not playing.
Oh Lord.
This is going to take me 30 seconds, and this probably would make an awesome fucking panel, by the way. And this is kind of in reference to Tatum Oakland in the chat. He said, basically, it's too many men. Women over time have too many DNA deposits. It impedes her ability to bond. So I wanted to piggyback that. So what it is, and it's called oxytocin. It's a chemical called oxytocin is what they secrete. Right? Because men secrete testosterone when we have sex. Women secrete oxytocin. Oxytocin is the chemical with women that allows her to bond with her child during breastfeeding. Do the women disagree so far? Dang, don't tell me.
No, I agree. I understand.
Okay, no doubt. So that's why they said. That's why they say children who breastfeed, end up being smarter and have better connections with their mothers, because the transfer of a chemical called oxytocin. But what's happening is, I have a theory. My theory is modern women are depleting their oxytocin deposits by having too many sexual partners. And that's why you're seeing a rise of abuse in children, because they're not able to bond with their children. That's why you're seeing what is that fucking shit that they call postpartum? That's why you're seeing a rise in postpartum, That's why you're seeing a rise in women abusing their children, because they're having too many sexual partners, and that's limiting their ability to bond with their children. That's my theory.
I actually, I'm not really in disagreement of that. I think a lot if bitches be crazy because they done let a bunch of crazy motherfuckers nut in them. I actually believe that.
That's
you
called
really take
soul
on a lot of
ties.
soul ties and shit.
Yep. Every time you have sex with somebody, they leave a deposit in your soul, and you carry that around with you. So yeah, I've heard
it's called microchimerisms.
Okay, and
well,
let me say one
spiritual people, we call it soul ties.
Right, let me say one other small thing. Even when it comes to the men in marriage and who they will and won't marry, even the men that are bad, that a lot of women go to them to get a baby because a good man won't give them one, they go to these negative men. Even those dudes won't marry the women. So that should tell you something right there. If a negative man won't marry a woman, exactly. He already barely keep a job if he got one at all. He already not trying to actually be a protector, a provider, or a leader. Yet he ain't gonna do it either. So if the good men won't marry you, and then a lot of the bad men won't marry you, how can you even think to yourself that somehow you're the marriage type? As a consensus of men, black women are unworthy to be married. That's the consensus of black men, and that's the consensus of all the other men that haven't taken our place to come marry these women.
Roger.
Okay.
And someone said, was that science? I literally said it was my theory.
Who else did we have up here for Jack Spade? You want to do your final commentary?
Yes, ma'am. What's up, everybody? This is my final
Jack,
take.
thanks for joining us.
Twofolds. If you ain't married, it ain't cheating. Single people who can have sex with whoever they want. If you're in a relationship with a person, if you ain't married, you're single.
Well, just don't commit to the person and tell them you're in a monogamous relationship and you're going to be faithful and committed to them.
All right, so let me go to my second fold. As a gentleman that understands that rule, when the woman that I ended up marrying, once I started realizing that I was setting wife expectations on her, I says, all right, before I can even start setting all of this and keep things moving, I need to put it on paper. So that was part of the reason why I got married to her. Once I put it on paper, then I could put wife expectations on her. So as I said, looping back to the beginning, if you ain't married, y'all two single, y'all can have sex whoever you want to have sex with. And that's my final take.
I gotta push back on that, honestly. I gotta push back. I gotta push back.
No, we can touch it. We can touch it Wednesday. Next person. We can touch Wednesday. Next person.
Well, I'm just gonna say as a man, because silence means consent. I am not gonna co-sign that. If you're in a committed relationship, you're supposed to stick to your commitment. Period.
Keith, I would agree with that. Give us your final commentary, and then you can chime in on what Jack said.
No, I mean it's just it's honestly sad, man. People who know me in these spaces know why I'm here and what I've talked about. And, I'm an asshole, but it does kind of sadden me, man. I know it's fucking over. Say what?
I said true. I was agreeing with you.
It's what, honestly, like I'm just brutally fucking honest. All right. Like even when I ask questions of you, I'm just straight the fuck up. When I hear people speak, they're not very deliberate in the way that they speak. They do a lot of dancing around. I get to the point very quick. I'm very deliberate. Sometimes it's why I get angry on the panels when I hear guys just, people going on and on and on. It's like, if you're intelligent, you should be able to make your point within 20 seconds. But, so at the end of the day, man, it does kind of sad me, to see it kind of crumbling. I know there's no going back. I do ponder now, what do I think the future is for people who look like me, man? And but I don't have any ties to anybody. I'm just, people know my story. But fuck, like black people, we're fucking finished, man. Like in 2-3 generations, what do people like me? What kind of world would we be living in, man? It's fucking sad, man. And there's nothing we can do about it at this point. But
man, I'm about to sing "We Are the World, We Are the Children." Y'all.
So let me finish up.
Right.
Let me finish up. Okay, so the problems that we're facing is irreversible for some, and far too many, especially in the Gen X Boomer generations. And like Sister George said, the further we get away from it, the more you'll see improvement. Yes, there is a large push to, for this whole feminist agenda or what have you, and the reason for that is because other generations are pushing back on it. They're not as easily susceptible to it as the boomers were, or or Gen X. It only took slight subtleties in order for that to happen during those generations. Like a guest appearance here of the sexy, sassy, single black woman, Relona or Florence from Jefferson's. It only took a little bit, and to tantalize young ladies about that lifestyle. However, it's not as effective with the other generations. So they got to go all out and just, kill Star Wars and Avengers and X-Men. They just really got to go all out. They went from subliminal to bliminal to superbliminal right now.
It's going to be named, the next movie is going to be named Joan Wick.
Yeah. So yeah, it's getting bad.
Or Jane Wick or some shit.
Right, exactly. And that's because what's happening is the younger generations are seeing, the tears in the pillow of the boomers and the Gen X women. They are. And I know many of them are hiding it, but they know that it exists, and they're also seeing.
So why aren't they making changes? Because they seem like
they don't have to
their
make
behavior is more immoral than the previous generations. They're worshiping.
I'm Gen X. We're finished.
Yeah, but I'm talking about even when you talk about new age people that are maybe in their 20, 21 years old, like they are even more immoral than the generation. It's like morality ceases to exist almost. Like they worship Meg the Stallion and twerking everywhere and in the grocery store. And I mean, why aren't they?
It's happening because Gen X women are telling them it's okay, and they listening. That's why.
Exactly. So when I say that it can be reversed or remove the salt, I'm really saying for future generations, not this one. Because I think that a lot of Gen X women in particular see millennial and zillennial women as a sexual competition, and they are. And no matter what, you're going to lose, whether they're twerking or not. If a man had to choose between an old twerker and a young twerker, he's going to choose the young twerker. So, there's no winning that. And no matter how many babies you convince her to have, or there's no winning that competition. So no, I'm not saying that they are without problems and that there isn't a negative influence or impact on them. What I'm saying is it's taking society a far greater effort to do that. That's why they have the shows.
Okay, I got you.
And things like that. However, their natural tendencies is coming out. It's just right now they're confused on their timeline, and the sense of urgency isn't 100%. But they all do want that Starbucks goal that Sister George was talking about. Let's be clear. What I know in the Generation X is that they actually genuinely, seriously did not want that, which was very disturbing. There were a lot of women in my generation that did not want that, and they really was on some single for life shit because they thought it was a good thing. So it is getting better, and there is potential for the future as long as Gen X teach the future generations to learn from their mistakes and not perpetuate them, or the younger generations learn it themselves. Gen X and beyond is finished, unfortunately. Find somebody to die with comfortably, and and if you're Gen X men, perhaps find a younger woman or someone internationally.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say as my final thoughts. I don't think it's over, because at the end of the day, all women got to do is choose differently. We're just at a position right now where it's basically more than obvious that black women just really don't care about black men. Now, when we're ready to deal with that on its head, maybe some things can happen with older folks. But when it comes down to it, I don't expect Gen X to teach the younger ones anything that's going to really help them on a large scale because they are in competition with those women because they're a bunch of unmarried, unsatisfied women themselves, and they're still trying to grab hold to whatever man they can. And it's not like they're going to have some great moral code to say, well, I'm not going to talk to a man that's under 25 just because I got a daughter that's 25, 26. They're not going to do that. So at the end of the day, they are in competition, and that's just what it is. And people that you're competing against generally aren't going to help you. That's just the way it works.
I want to say, I want to give you a little pushback. I don't necessarily think it's that Black women don't care about Black men. I think that Black women don't care about themselves because of the choices that we make. When you know better, you do better. But if you have been raised by a ratchet, or you've been raised by a woman that was very feminist, or raised by someone who didn't instill basic values of self-love within you, and you had a woman that was in competition with you growing up, then you're not going to have love for Black men because you don't really have love for yourself. So that has a lot to do with it. And I think the rest of the things that you said, especially the competition, I'm definitely in agreement with.
Well, I'm gonna say this: you can't, if you don't love yourself, how you gonna love someone that's not yourself? So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
so you agree with me?
It doesn't have anything to do with a woman loving a man. A woman who doesn't love herself is not going to love a man either. But we're taught, a lot of us are taught self-hate at a very, very early age, and we see self-hate being demonstrated within our community from a very early age. So there's not an incentive to really learn how to take care of yourself and how to love yourself. So I think that has a lot to do with it.
I think you should call it by its actual name. It ain't self-hate, it's white supremacy.
Okay.
Black women are generally white supremacy.
Well, let's go ahead and finish with the final commentary because I'm at 3% and my phone about to die and I won't be
think
able
that's everybody.
Thumbs up. Yeah.
Let me just throw one more. Let me just throw one more thing in there.
Real
and
quick.
This is to the millennials. I hear y'all, but unfortunately, the way I view millennials are Black millennials. They are equivalent to Black people magic and Black girl magic, where for some odd reason folks just expecting stuff just to change automatically. No process, no effort, no method behind it. It's just we're gonna flap our arms and something is gonna change.
We'll fly.
Right. And that's the poor teaching of Gen X and boomers. I mean, they start things like Black girl magic. Y'all got to stop doing that. Y'all fucking up the your daughters the way your mothers fucked you up.
In your words, being transacted.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna say this. Thank you for everybody who joined.
Wait, we got Edward Anderson.
Okay, well, I'm gonna jump down, so I gotta say
and
before my phone
gonna
dies.
let Edward get his tweet
No,
in.
I don't have time. My phone about to die.
No,
literally.
Okay, you go ahead, and I'm gonna let him in, and I'm gonna end the show.
Okay, I just literally wanted to say thanks to everybody who joined the panel. This was a super dope conversation, very productive. I learned a lot. It was very beneficial. I'll be listening from the chat. Peace out, everybody.
And we didn't cuss each other out. Concrete. Imagine that.
Look at that.
Boom.
Bye.
Peace.
Togetherness. Okay, Edward, what's your final thoughts?
Yeah, Keith didn't cut somebody out. He deserves a gold star. Oh,
hey,
just
man,
like
I'm
me,
just
I'm just like a nigga. I'm on here at the end just to show up.
Late.
Anyway, so I'll say this. I mean, shout out to the website blackandmarriedwithkids.com, which is ran by a Black man and Black female, they are married couple. It's actually a much larger website, so I always like to promote that when these topics come on, because if Black men say some shit that hurts Black women's feelings, they could go to that magical website and pretend that that's what the reality really is. As far as Black women being marriage material, here's the thing. Definitely the PR representation would not lend itself. So it's like what Roger said. If you ask most Black men that are going to tell the truth, and you ask most non-Black men, do Black women, ADOS in particular, have the representation of being married? You know, unless they trying to fuck you and they tell you the truth, they're going to say no. But with that being said, if a Black woman wants to get married in 2020, she can get married. You don't have to be in a. You can be a fucking 5. Really, and get married. It just even to a black man, that's better than ain't shit. It just depends on what you're looking for. So the real question is never are they worthy of marriage. The real question is, are they worthy of a do-over? Are they worthy of a I went as a brand new car. Now I'm going to try to present myself as a certified pre-owned when I'm actually a salvage title or some shit like that. I fucked over in the 20s. So can I do a do-over in my 30s? And the real question is, number one, what value you're bringing, and number two, what are you really looking for? If you're looking for a 6-foot nigga that can get that can get women, that's an alpha type of dude, then you're probably going to have a hard time, especially if you have baggage. But if you're looking for somebody to be a security blanket, well, now you're dealing with dudes in their 30s where the testosterone is not creating as much thirst, and they're actually evaluating you more, and they have experience. The biggest issue that women have with men is men that have experience under them belt, especially if they don't have baggage, basically vis-a-vis kids and bills and child support. Because now they can evaluate you from the perspective of, I just want to fuck. Most dudes in their 20s can't see past wanting to fuck a bitch. And then once they get that nut off, now they're looking at, okay, what do you really look like? What are you about? And then that's why they get ghosted. So you got to catch these dudes early. That's why when women try to get married in their 30s, this is not just black women, white women especially too, because white men ain't playing that shit. It's harder. So the truth is, you black women can get married, but what are you really looking for when you're trying to get married? And it's really, and women are not used to campaigning to get married. They're not, black women are not used to going to the pageant and trying to prepare themselves to get picked. If you tell them what does it take to go to college,
we hate that
go ahead.
Shit. We hate the word compete. Black women are like, fuck that, we ain't competing for shit, and that's a big part of the problem too.
Yeah, and here's the thing you're going up against with black men. It's kind of like what the Democratic Party has to deal with. Yeah, a lot of black people may not vote for Trump, but they don't have to vote either. And that's actually, and black people have a much bigger reputation for staying their black asses home, especially black men.
That's what happened
staying
in the
their black asses
election.
home than necessarily voting against you. And if you absolutely need their vote, like the Democrats do, that will fuck you up. What does that have to do with marriage? Well, black men have a representation on waiting. You got black men that I can tell you, brothers that are in the manosphere that are, when I say productive, they are apex dudes when it comes to marriage. They are actually with the woman they had kids with, but they're not married to them. But that woman is cooperating. They're in probably by defact a common law marriage. So dudes don't have to get married. So the question is, you have to ask yourself, what do I need to do to get this dude off the fence? And the problem is women are looking at this from a perspective of what marriage does for them, not how can they be an asset to marriage? And that's where the issue is.
Okay.
I mean, hey, Edward, we on Friends on Other Media. The perfect example of that right now is that the chick that's been passed around social media, the Brittany Griner. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. Right, so she's an example of light-skinned craziness, but go ahead.
But now there's a new video floating around of her. Well, I got the right to change my mind. I want a relationship. It's like that wall, that shit is always predictable, man. So that's
all you need to say about Brittany Griner is you go on her social media and you see pictures with her and Tiana Trump. Tiana Trump is a porn star. They look like sisters. That end of, as far as the marriage, end of.
So when Concrete Rose was saying, "Are you deserving?" I don't know if the word deserve. Well, I guess the answer is I don't have to give you a second chance. I don't have to accept you as the answer. Because here's the way I look at it. As much shit as I've done to become the man that I am, I don't deserve a reformed hoe. If I decide that marriage is for me, I deserve better than a reformed hoe. Because I'm better than that. I'm sorry. Go to the plumber. Go to the bottom barrel dude. That's who you deserve.
Well, I would say that's the deserving question is a wrong question. You have to really do a cost benefit analysis. You need to be honest about where you are in the sexual marketplace value, and then you need to look at the dudes that are in that value. Now, most women aren't going to look at it that way because the millennial women have this disease called
they have the I am the table disease.
Yeah, well, yeah, hold out itis where they think they can hold out. And look, you look at, and I hate to bring up celebrities, but you look at celebrities, motherfuckers that are in their 40s, 49, and 50s, and they act like, look at Tracy Ellis Ross. Now she was married, but these women think that it's like they wait till their sexual marketplace value has been completely wrung out like a rag with water
Well, it's
before
actually
they
a good
realize I
example,
need to
Edward.
settle the fuck down.
It's actually a good example, bro. Because what you're saying is these are basically the most desirable women in the universe, right? The most attractive, just generally, like arguably speaking, right? So if these women here, the Holly Berrys and all that, can't fucking beat the goddamn universe at this game, what makes you think the average fucking chick out here working in customer service gonna do?
Well, the problem with the average chick is the niggas are in their social media.
Y'all do realize like final thoughts, right?
Yeah, these are final thoughts. So anyway, I said my final thoughts, so I'm good. So
let me know and we're gonna
My bad.
Ross and what's her name? Tracy Ellis Ross and Maya thing. That's an example of Gen X and older women who made a mistake with the feminist thing, and now they want to shit in the pond. They're like, oh, men are so bad, I'm marrying myself, or I do it when I want to. They're trying to poison the next generation. You got to check bitches like that, and that's why I was so hard on YouTube about not going completely against the system, because that's what the system.
You know what it is, though, Game Changer, and I wanted to talk to you about this, and I'm gonna keep this real short. A lot of the times, and I really thought long and hard, like, why would there be a need to even try to attempt to hold on to a certain thing? But when you have had women take care of you, the gynocracy or the matriarch, I have had women who weren't related to me take care of me. I have had women who were part of the gynocracy that looked out for me. Now, the question that became to me was, are these women going to actually be able to protect me better than a man? And the question is, fuck no, hell no, it ain't gonna happen. Oh shit. And so with me realizing that, then, it's just time to make a decision. I want women to be better, but I know how imperative it is to support our men. And in order for our society to be better, the men need to be better and the boys need to be better. So that's my final thought.
All right, I appreciate it, and I agree. I'm gonna hop off so I don't get tempted to say something else.
Hey, sister, I appreciate you having me. This was a great fucking panel. All right, I actually enjoyed this panel. So respect to you. Maybe in the future, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Have a good one. Tedros, what you got?
Well, it's unfortunate everybody left. I understand it's at the end of the discussion, but I do have some confrontational things to say. So first off, I won't be long-winded because I know you say you got shit to do. But some of the viewpoints I've seen are pretty delusional. You got Silent talking about some this is new men, this is a new generation of men. We're doing this and we're doing that. Look, the bottom line is the average black man is lagging behind other groups just in basic areas such as education or a pursuit of business, owning business. And I'm not saying it's all our fault or anything. But I'm just saying we got a lot of stuff to clean up amongst our gender outside of independent of black women bullshit. Okay, we got some black male bullshit that we got to clean up. Let's say hypothetically the black woman got on board, did everything we asked and everything. There's still some problems we have independent of that. So some of this shit I'm hearing is complete delusional nonsense. It's complete bullshit. And this is the last point I'll make. Roger Report, he keeps on over the past several streams. I see him trying to continue with this idea that black women aren't good people. Okay. Let's say I agree with that. Okay, well, what's his proof that black men are good people? So, and he's saying that, well, you can't disprove what I'm saying. Okay, well, can you prove black men are good men? Where you going with this? So yeah, that's bullshit too. And at the end of the day, we got to be society, nation building minded, not this. I mean, y'all have brought up some good topics over the past few streams. Roger, no, you can't. I mean, I don't know if you're about to have no, you can't, Roger. No, you can't. But but if you got a stream, I don't know if you got a stream, I'll come over on that. But yeah, so we need to be nation building minded. And I keep seeing this conversation regenerate over. The women need to do this. The women need to do that. Yeah, black women need to do a lot of stuff. But the black men, we got some shit independent of women that needs to be done. And that's just that's the bottom fucking line. And that's my final thoughts.
Well, thank you so much, Tedros. Me and Concrete, we really, really, really appreciate everybody's support. Shout out to DJ Naf again for the Cash App. We can't say thank you enough. Hopefully you guys will join us Wednesday. We'll be back with some more exciting topics, and we hope you guys have a great start to the week. Don't take no wooden nickels and wear condoms. We're out. Have a good one. Bye.